Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. It was a Saturday afternoon, late in the fall. The sky was that dull grey colour it gets when the weather can't decide if it wants to rain or just stay gloomy. We were on our way back from visiting some friends who lived out in the suburbs, and we'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. GPS was acting up. You know how it does sometimes, telling you to turn left when there's no left turn, so we ended up in this part of town I'd never seen before. My fiancée was in the passenger seat, scrolling through her phone, trying to get the maps to reload. I was just driving, not really paying attention to much besides the road. The neighborhood was quiet, too quiet for a weekend. No kids playing outside, no one mowing lawns, not even many cars parked on the street. The houses were all kind of old, with big trees shading the yards, and the sidewalks had cracks with weeds poking through. It felt like one of those places time forgot. We'd been driving for maybe 5 minutes through there when I first felt it. It started as a prickle on the back of my neck, the kind you get when someone's staring at you from behind. I shrugged it off at first, thinking it was just my sensitivity acting up again. But then it got stronger. Within seconds, it wasn't just a prickle. It was a full-blown sensation of being watched, but not just watched. Hunted. That's the only word for it. It was like something had locked onto me, and it was focusing all its attention on me, zeroing in. My heart started beating faster, and my hands got clammy on the steering wheel. I tried to keep my eyes on the road, but I could feel this pressure building in my chest, like I was about to have a panic attack. I glanced over at my fiancée. She was still looking at her phone, totally unaware. I didn't say anything at first because I didn't want to freak her out. But then the feeling intensified. It was so overwhelming that I broke into a cold sweat. I mean, 1 minute I was fine, and the next I was drenched. My shirt was sticking to my back, and my forehead was slick. I could feel the sweat trickling down my temples. My breathing got shallow, and I had to grip the wheel tighter to stop my hands from shaking. That's when the tears started. I don't cry easily. I'm not that kind of person. But this was pure, raw fear. It came out of nowhere, and I couldn't control it. I was sobbing, but quietly, trying to keep it together for my fiancée's sake. She must have heard me sniffling or something because she looked up from her phone. "Hey, are you okay?" she asked, her voice kind of soft and concerned. I just shook my head, not trusting myself to speak. My throat felt tight, like I was choking on the air. I could see the confusion on her face, then worry. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" I managed to mutter, "I don't know. I just feel something." But that didn't cover it. How do you explain that you feel like you're being hunted by something you can't see? It sounds insane, even to me now. The feeling was so specific. It wasn't just fear. It was this primal, gut-level terror that made every hair on my body stand up. I felt like if I stopped the car, whatever it was would get me. I had to keep moving. My eyes kept darting around, looking for anything out of the ordinary. But there was nothing. The street was still quiet. The houses looked normal. The trees were just trees. But the presence was there, like a weight pressing down on me. It felt ancient and hungry, if that makes sense. Not human, not animal. Just this intense, focused malice aimed right at me. I've had other encounters where I felt spirits or energies. But this was different. This was predatory. It wanted me, and it knew I could feel it. My fiancée reached over and put her hand on my arm. "You're shaking," she said, her voice trembling a little. "And you're pale. Do you need me to drive?" I shook my head again. I didn't want to stop, not even for a second. I was afraid that if we slowed down it would catch up. I kept driving, my foot steady on the gas, but inside I was falling apart. The tears were still coming, and I was wiping them away with the back of my hand, trying to see the road through blurry eyes. The sweat was making my glasses slip down my nose, and I had to keep pushing them up. Little details like that stick with you. The way the steering wheel felt slick under my palms, the hum of the engine, the faint smell of the air freshener in the car, mixing with my own sweat. It was all so normal, but the fear made everything hyper-real. I remember checking the clock on the dashboard. We'd entered the neighborhood at around 3:45, and now it was 3:52. 7 minutes. It felt like an eternity. Every second dragged on, and I could feel this presence following us, keeping pace with the car. It wasn't attached to any one spot. It was moving with us, like it was tied to me personally. I'd look in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing there, just empty street behind us. My fiancée was getting more scared by the minute, not because of what she felt, but because of me. She kept asking if I was having a heart attack or something, if we needed to pull over and call for help, but I knew it wasn't medical. This was something else. The neighborhood seemed to stretch on forever. The streets were winding with no clear way out. I was driving faster than I should have, taking turns without really thinking, just trying to get through it. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears, and my chest hurt from breathing too fast. I was crying openly now, not even trying to hide it. The terror was so overwhelming that I thought I might pass out. I've never felt so helpless in my life. It was like being trapped in a nightmare where you can't wake up, and you know something is coming for you, but you don't know what. At one point, we passed a house with a broken fence and an overgrown garden, and for a split second, I felt the presence intensify, like it was coming from there. But then it shifted, and I realized it wasn't tied to a location. It was tied to me. That made it even worse. Wherever I went, it would follow. My fiancée was silent now, just watching me with wide eyes. I could see she was scared, really scared, and that made me feel guilty. I was supposed to be the one protecting her, but here I was, falling apart over nothing she could see or understand. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw a sign for the main road up ahead. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. As we got closer to the edge of the neighborhood, the feeling started to fade. It didn't go away all at once. It slowly dissipated, like a fog lifting. By the time we turned onto the busier street, it was gone. Just like that. The sudden absence was almost as jarring as the presence itself. One minute, I was drowning in fear, and the next, I could breathe again. I pulled the car over to the shoulder, my hands still shaking, and just sat there for a moment, trying to calm down. My fiancée was quiet for a bit, then she said, "What was that about?" Her voice was soft, but I could hear the fear in it. I tried to explain, but how do you put something like that into words? I told her about the feeling, the hunting presence, the terror. She listened, but I could tell she didn't fully get it. How could she? She hadn't felt it. All she saw was me losing it for no reason. She suggested we never go back there, and I agreed without hesitation. I never want to set foot in that neighborhood again. We drove home in silence, and I spent the rest of the day feeling drained and shaky. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still feel that presence, like a ghost limb of fear. I've thought about it a lot since then, trying to make sense of it. Was it a spirit? Some kind of energy? I don't know. All I know is that for 7 minutes I felt like I was being hunted, and it was the most terrifying experience of my life. I still don't have any answers, and that's what haunts me the most. Whatever it was, it felt real, and I can't forget it. Story 2. It was a Tuesday, the Tuesday that rewired my whole understanding of reality, and I was 7 years old. The morning started normal, the kind of normal you only appreciate after it's been shattered. The smell of toast from the kitchen, the sound of my dad's car pulling out of the driveway for work, The specific way the sunlight came through the living room window and lit up dust motes dancing in the air. I was in my pajamas, the ones with the faded rocket ships on them, and I was bored. That's the thing, nobody tells you about the truly terrifying moments. They almost always start with something as simple and stupid as being bored. My mum was on the phone in the kitchen, one of those long coiled cords stretched to its limit so she could pace. I wandered out of my room and into the hallway. My parents' bedroom door was open, which was unusual. They usually kept it closed during the day. The room was dark, the blinds drawn, and it felt cool and quiet compared to the rest of the sunlit house. I remember standing in the doorway just looking in, and that's when I saw it. On my parents' bed, which was neatly made with a white duvet, there was a shape, a person-shaped form, like someone was lying under the covers on my dad's side of the bed. It wasn't a messy lump of blankets. It was a defined form, with a head, shoulders, and a body that tapered down. It was so clear, so unmistakably the shape of a person lying on their back. My breath hitched in my throat. I thought maybe my dad had come back, that he was sick and had come home to lie down. But his car was gone. I'd just heard it leave. I stood there, frozen in the doorway, my hand on the frame. I didn't call out. I just watched, and then the shape began to sink. It didn't deflate like a balloon. It was slower than that, more deliberate. The highest point, the chest area, just started to lower, pressing down into the mattress. The shoulders seemed to melt downwards, and the head-shaped mound sank last, like a pillow slowly being compressed by an invisible weight. It was utterly silent. There was no rustle of fabric, no creak of the bed springs, just this silent, slow-motion collapse of a form that shouldn't have been there in the first place. In maybe 10 seconds, it was gone. The duvet was flat, perfectly smooth, as if nothing had ever been there at all. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic, panicked drumbeat. I felt cold all over, a cold sweat that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. I must have made a sound, a little gasp or a whimper, because my mum called out from the kitchen, "Honey, you okay?" I couldn't answer. I just turned and ran back to my room, diving under my own covers and squeezing my eyes shut, trying to unsee it. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a shadow, but I knew, with a certainty that felt heavy and cold in my gut, that it wasn't. I had seen what I had seen. The memory of that sinking form got filed away in my head, in the drawer labeled, "Things I don't understand and am too scared to talk about." The day went on. I didn't tell my mum. What would I even say? I played with my Legos. I watched cartoons, but the normalcy felt thin, like a veneer painted over something rotten. The image of the sinking sheets was burned onto the back of my eyelids. Every time I blinked, I saw it. Later that afternoon, my mum needed to run to the corner store for milk. She asked if I wanted to come, and I jumped at the chance. I didn't want to be in the house anymore. I didn't want to be anywhere near that bedroom. The air outside was warm, and the walk to the store was only a couple of blocks. We lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood with big old trees that formed a canopy over the street. It felt safe. It had always felt safe. We got the milk and were walking back home. We were about halfway there on the sidewalk under a massive oak tree. When I saw the car, it was an old boxy sedan, light blue, exactly like my grandparents' car. My grandparents lived about an hour away, and they visited often, so seeing their car wasn't that strange. What was strange was seeing it parked on our street, a few houses down from ours, just sitting there at the curb, and I saw them inside. Both of them. My grandfather was in the driver's seat, his familiar profile, his bald head, the glasses he always wore. My grandmother was in the passenger seat, her white hair perfectly styled as always. They were both looking straight at me, not smiling, not waving, just looking. I tugged on my mum's hand. "Look, Nana and Papa are here," I said, pointing. My mum stopped and looked. She squinted. "Where, honey?" "Right there," I said, my finger still aimed at the blue car. In their car. My mom's face did a weird thing. It went from confused to concerned in a split second. She looked down at me, then back at the empty stretch of curb. There's no car there, sweetie. A cold dread, different from the cold sweat of the morning, but just as potent, washed over me. Yes, there is. It's right there. I can see them. The car was so clear. I could see the dust on the hubcaps, the little pine tree air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, the way my grandmother had her hands folded in her lap. They were just sitting, staring at us. No, staring at me. My mom knelt down, putting her hands on my shoulders. Her voice was soft but firm. There is no car. Look with me. See, it's just the curb. There are no cars parked on this side of the street right now. I looked from her earnest, worried face back to the car, and it was still there. My grandfather lifted his hand, just slightly, and gestured. A slow, deliberate come-hither motion with his index finger, an invitation. He's waving for us to come over, I whispered, my voice trembling. That's when my mum's concern seemed to deepen into genuine alarm. She stood up, grabbed my hand tighter, and started walking quickly, pulling me along. We're going home right now. I kept looking back over my shoulder, my head craning. The car was still there. My grandparents were still inside, watching us walk away. They didn't start the car. They didn't drive off. They just sat, frozen in that silent, staring tableau, until we turned the corner onto our own front walk. When I looked back one last time, the space where the car had been was empty. Just an empty curb, exactly as my mom had said. The second we got inside, my mom let go of my hand and went straight to the phone. I stood in the middle of the living room, feeling disoriented and sick. I could still feel the weight of their gaze. I heard my mom dial, the plastic clicks loud in the quiet house. "Hi, Mom," she said, her voice trying to sound casual, but I could hear the tension in it. "What are you guys up to today?" She was quiet for a moment, listening. Then her eyes flicked over to me, wide and unsettled. "Oh, okay. Just wanted to check in. No reason. Love you too. Bye." She hung up the phone and just stood there for a second, her back to me. Then she turned around. Her face was pale. "Nana and Papa are at home," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "They've been there all day. They said they haven't left the house." The floor felt like it dropped out from under me. The milk carton felt slick and cold in my hand. The two events of the day, the thing in the bedroom and the thing in the car, slammed together in my head. They weren't separate, random weirdness. They were connected. They were part of the same, whatever this was. My mom tried to rationalize it. She said I must have been tired, that I'd imagined the car because I loved my grandparents and wanted to see them. She said the thing in the bedroom was probably just a pile of clothes she'd left on the bed that had fallen over. But her explanations were weak, and I could see in her eyes that she didn't even believe them herself. The certainty in my voice, the detail with which I described their car, their clothes, the gesture my grandfather made, it shook her. The rest of the day was a blur of quiet fear. I didn't want to be alone. I followed my mom from room to room. Every shadow felt like it was moving. Every creak of the house was a footstep. When my dad came home, the mood was so thick and strange, he noticed immediately. My mom pulled him into their room, and I heard the low murmur of their voices through the door. He came out later and tried to be the strong, rational dad, giving me a pep talk about having an active imagination. But he kept glancing towards his bedroom, towards that perfectly smooth, innocent-looking bed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling, every sense on high alert. I replayed the sinking form over and over. I replayed the sight of my grandparents in that car, that slow, beckoning finger. The gesture wasn't friendly. I realize that now. In my child's mind, I thought it was an invitation for a ride, but now, in the dark, the memory felt predatory. It felt like a lure. What if I had run to that car? What would have happened? Would the door have opened? Would they have smiled with mouths that weren't quite right? The thought made my skin crawl. The thing in the bed and the thing in the car felt like two parts of a trap. One was inside the house, a violation of the one place that was supposed to be safe. The other was outside, a mimicry of safety and family trying to draw me out. I got out of bed, my feet silent on the carpet, and crept to my doorway. The hallway was dark. My parents' bedroom door was closed. I stood there for what felt like an hour, just staring at the strip of darkness under their door. I was terrified that I would see a shadow move, or worse, that I would see the bottom of a white sheet slowly creeping out from underneath it. I never saw anything. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I must have fallen asleep. But the fear from that single day never really left me. It's been over 20 years. I'm an adult now. I have a job, a life, my own apartment. But I still can't sleep with any part of my body hanging off the bed. I still get a jolt of irrational panic if I see a car that looks a little too much like my grandparents' old one. I've never seen anything like that again, and for that I am endlessly grateful. But the questions remain, gnawing at the edges of my mind on quiet nights. What was the form under the sheets? Why did it sink? And who or what was in that car, wearing the faces of the people I loved most, trying to get me to come closer? I don't believe in ghosts, not really. I don't believe in doppelgangers or dimensional rifts or any of the easy explanations. All I have is the memory of that Tuesday. A day where the world I knew peeled back just for a moment, and I saw something hiding underneath, something that saw me too, and I have this chilling, unshakable feeling that I wasn't just seeing things, I was being seen. And on that day, for reasons I will never understand, I was almost taken. Story 3. Okay, so I need to get this out. I've never written it down before, and I've only ever told one other person, who just kind of shrugged it off. But it's been years now, and I still think about it all the time. It's one of those things that just sits in the back of your head, and sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep in the dark, the whole feeling of it just comes rushing back. It happened when I was staying at my grandma's house. I must have been about 19. It was a weekend, a Saturday, I think. My parents had gone out of town for some anniversary thing, and I didn't want to be alone in our house, so I volunteered to stay with Grandma. Her house is this old place, built in the 50s, with all these dark wood cabinets and floral wallpaper that's been there forever. It always smells like lemons and old books. It's a comforting smell, usually. I was sleeping in my mom's old room, the one she grew up in. The bed was one of those big, heavy wooden frames with a mattress that had a permanent dip in the middle, so you always sort of rolled into the center. That night, I'd fallen asleep pretty easily, listening to the familiar creaks and groans of the house settling. I woke up around 5 in the morning. I didn't look at a clock then, but I knew it was around that time because of the light. It wasn't dark anymore, but it wasn't morning either. It was that weird, dim, pre-dawn gloom where everything is just shades of grey and blue. The moon was still out, and a little bit of its light was filtering through the gaps in the blinds, casting these long, thin strips of silver across the floor and the bed. And the first thing I felt wasn't that I was awake. It was this dread, this heavy, sick feeling in my stomach like I'd just missed a step going downstairs. My heart was already thumping, a fast, hard rhythm against my ribs. I was just instantly fully awake and terrified, and I didn't even know why yet. I was lying on my side, facing the door to the hallway. My grandma's side of the bed was to my left. It was her bed, from when my grandpa was still alive, and I was just borrowing it. I hadn't moved a muscle. I was just frozen, listening. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Normally you'd hear the fridge humming from the kitchen, or the old clock ticking in the living room, but right then, there was nothing. Just this thick, heavy silence. And then I saw it. In the dim light, over on my grandma's side of the bed, there was a figure. It was standing right beside the bed, right where someone would stand if they were checking on the person sleeping there. It was tall, really tall, and it was just black. Not like a shadow on the wall, but a three-dimensional shape, a solid blackness that was deeper than the dark of the room. It was human-shaped, I guess. It had a head, shoulders, a torso, legs, but it had no features at all, no face, no clothes, no details. It was just this tall, lean, man-shaped cutout of absolute nothingness. I felt my breath catch in my throat. I couldn't even swallow. My eyes were wide open, staring, and I just knew that it was looking at me. It was facing the bed, and even though it had no eyes, I could feel its attention on me. It was a physical pressure, a cold spot in the room that was focused right on my face. My brain was screaming at me to move, to yell, to do something, but my body was completely locked up. It was like that feeling in a nightmare where you're trying to run, but your legs are made of lead. I was just stuck there, staring at this thing, feeling this icy cold terror seeping into me. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me frozen in bed, it standing there, perfectly still. It could have been 5 seconds or 5 minutes. Time just stopped making sense. Then I made a sound. I didn't mean to. It wasn't a word or a scream. It was just this choked, guttural noise from the back of my throat, a kind of strained gasp of pure panic. It wasn't loud, but in that dead silence, it was like a gunshot. The sound made my grandma stir. She mumbled something in her sleep, just a soft, sleepy sound, and she shifted under the covers, and the second she moved, the figure moved. It turned its head. It didn't have a face, but the black shape of its head turned away from me and looked down at my grandma. The movement was so calm, so fluid. It wasn't jerky or startled. It was just smooth, like it was acknowledging her. Then it turned its whole body and started to walk. It walked away from the bed, towards the open bedroom door, and its walk. God, this is the part that really gets me. It didn't walk like a person walks. It was completely silent. I mean, the floors in that house are old pine. They creak if you so much as breathe on them wrong. I creak when I walk on them. My grandma creaks. This thing made no sound at all. Its legs moved, but it glided. It was unnaturally smooth, like it was on wheels or something. Just this silent, dark shape moving across the floor. It walked out the door and into the dark hallway, and it was gone. The second it disappeared from view, the spell was broken. I gasped in a huge, ragged breath, like I'd been holding it the whole time. My heart was hammering so hard, I thought it was going to burst out of my chest. I was shaking, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. I was drenched in a cold sweat. I just lay there, staring at the empty doorway, waiting for it to come back. The hallway was just a rectangle of deeper blackness. I couldn't see anything in there. My grandma mumbled again. "You okay, sweetie?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. I couldn't answer. I just made another little sound, a whimper. She was mostly asleep. She just patted my arm clumsily. "Go back to sleep," she whispered, and within a few seconds her breathing evened out again. She had no idea. She had stirred, she had broken whatever that was, and she had just gone right back to sleep, completely unaware. But I was wide awake, and my mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. My first thought, my very first desperate, hopeful thought, was that it was my grandpa. He had died 2 years before. It was a heart attack, very sudden. We were all devastated, especially Grandma. This was his house. His chair was still in the living room. His slippers were still by the back door. His presence was everywhere, so for a split second my terrified brain latched onto that. It's just Grandpa. He's checking on Grandma. It's okay, but it wasn't okay. Because as the image replayed in my head, I knew with a cold, sinking certainty that it wasn't him. My grandpa wasn't a tall man. He was kind of stout, with broad shoulders and a bit of a belly. This thing was tall and lean, really lean. My grandpa had a certain way of moving, a little shuffle in his step. This thing moved with that silent, alien grace, and the feeling, when my grandpa was alive, being near him felt safe, warm. This thing felt like nothing. It felt like a void. It felt cold and empty and observing. It didn't feel like a person, and it sure as hell didn't feel like my kind, funny grandpa. So if it wasn't him, then who was it? Or what was it? Why was it standing by my grandma's side of the bed? Was it watching her? Was it watching me? Had it been there before? How long had it been standing there before I woke up? The questions were like a swarm of bees in my head. I pulled the covers up to my chin, my eyes glued to the doorway. Every shadow in the room seemed to twitch and move. The pattern on the wallpaper looked like twisted faces. The closet door, which was slightly ajar, was a gaping mouth of darkness. I was sure I could see something moving in there. I was too scared to get up, too scared to turn on the light. I thought if I moved, if I made any noise, it would hear me and come back. So I just stayed there, curled into a ball, shivering. The sweat on my skin had gone cold, and I had this deep, bone-level chill that wouldn't go away. It was like the thing had left some of its coldness behind in the room, and it had seeped right into me. I watched the hallway. Nothing, just darkness. But my imagination was filling that darkness with all sorts of horrors. I kept expecting to see that tall, lean shape reappear in the doorway, just standing there, looking in at me. I must have lain like that for over an hour. The room slowly got brighter as the sun began to rise. The grey light turned to a soft gold, and the normal sounds of the house started up again. A bird chirping outside, the faint groan of the pipes as someone in the neighborhood started their shower. The world was waking up, and the ordinary daytime world felt like a flimsy curtain that had been pulled over what had really happened in the night. When the room was fully lit, I finally found the courage to move. My muscles were stiff and sore from being tensed up for so long. I swung my legs out of bed, my feet hitting the cold wooden floor. I tiptoed to the doorway and peered out into the hall. It was empty. The bathroom door was open, the morning light from its window spilling out. Everything looked normal. I walked down the hall to the kitchen. My grandma was already up, puttering around, making coffee. The radio was on softly, playing some oldies station. "Morning, sleepyhead," she said, smiling at me. "You were tossing and turning a bit last night. Everything all right?" I just stood there looking at her. She looked so normal, so solid and real, standing there in her fluffy pink robe. How could I tell her? How could I say, "Yeah, Grandma, I'm fine. I just saw a faceless shadow man standing over you while you slept." I managed a weak smile. "Yeah, just a weird dream," I said, my voice hoarse. I poured myself a glass of water, and my hand was shaking so badly the water sloshed over the rim. I tried to act normal. I sat at the kitchen table. I drank my orange juice, but I kept looking over my shoulder, down the hall towards the bedroom. The door was still open, and the room looked innocent now, flooded with sunlight. I thought about telling her I really did. But what would I say, and what would she do? She'd probably just blame it on a bad dream, or indigestion, or worse, she might believe me, and then she'd be scared to sleep in her own house. I couldn't do that to her, so I didn't say anything. I spent the whole day on edge. I jumped at every little noise. When I went back into the bedroom to get dressed, I did it quickly, my back to the wall, my eyes scanning every corner. I even looked under the bed, feeling ridiculous, but needing to be sure. The whole day that cold feeling stayed with me. It was a bright, sunny day, but I felt like I had a little piece of ice lodged in my chest. I kept replaying it in my head, the way it turned its head, the way it glided out of the room, that feeling of being stared at by something that had no eyes. I stayed one more night because I had promised my parents I would, but I didn't sleep. I sat up in bed with the lamp on, reading a book, jumping at every creak and crack the old house made. The room felt different now. It didn't feel like my mom's cozy old room anymore. It felt like a place where something else had been. Nothing happened that second night. The figure didn't return. When my parents came to pick me up the next afternoon, I was so exhausted I could barely keep my eyes open. I never stayed overnight at my grandma's house again. I always found an excuse. Too much homework, plans with friends, anything. I just couldn't. My grandma passed away a few years later, peacefully in her sleep in that same bed. We sold the house. I drive by it sometimes. It looks the same. New owners, different colored shutters, but it's the same house. I still wonder about it. I've read stuff online about shadow people, about sleep paralysis, about hypnopompic hallucinations. That's when you see things right as you're waking up. Maybe that's all it was. My brain half asleep, stitching together shadows and fear into a monster. But it didn't feel like a dream. It felt more real than the kitchen table I was sitting at that morning. The memory is as sharp and clear as anything that actually happened to me. I remember the texture of the sheets under my clenched fists. I remember the exact pattern the moonlight made on the floor. I remember the way my grandma's hair was splayed out on her pillow. I remember the complete and total silence of its movement. And I remember the one thing that convinces me deep down that it was real. When it turned its head to look at my grandma, it wasn't just a shape moving. I felt its attention shift. I felt it stop looking at me and start looking at her. It was a conscious, deliberate act. So I don't know what it was. A ghost. Something else. I have no explanation. All I know is that I woke up at 5 in the morning in my grandma's house, and there was a tall, dark, featureless figure standing by her bed, and it saw me and I saw it, and then it just walked calmly out of the room and was gone. And I've never been able to forget the chill that stayed with me long after it left. Story 4. It was a Tuesday, the day my dad brought the painting home. I remember because Tuesdays were when the garbage truck came, and the loud grinding noise always made me jump. I was 5 years old. I was in the living room, sitting on the scratchy brown carpet, trying to fit a square block into a round hole in one of those toys, getting more and more frustrated. My dad came through the front door, not with groceries or the mail, but with this big, flat thing wrapped in a brown paper bag. He was smiling, one of those proud smiles he got when he found a bargain at a garage sale. He unwrapped it right there in the hallway, the paper crinkling loudly. And that's when I first saw her. It was a painting of a girl. She looked maybe a few years older than me. She had these dark, tight curls that framed her face, and she was holding a spear, not a toy, a real spear, with a sharp-looking metal point at the end. The background was all dark and blurry, like a forest at night. My dad held it up, his face all pleased. "Look at this, champ. Real character, huh?" he said. I didn't say anything. I just stared. I felt this cold feeling right in the middle of my chest. It wasn't like being scared of the dark or of a loud noise. This was different. It was a heavy, sinking feeling, like when you know you've done something really bad and you're waiting to get in trouble. It was a feeling of pure wrongness. I felt sick to my stomach. I remember my hands got all clammy. "Where are we gonna put it?" my mum asked, coming out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. "Over the stairs," my dad said, like it was the most obvious place in the world. "It'll be the first thing people see when they come in," and that's where it went, right on the wall at the top of the staircase, so that when you walked in the front door and looked up, there she was, looking down at you with that spear. My room was at the end of the hall just past the stairs, so I had to walk by her every single time I went to bed or came out. I started taking these huge, wide steps to get past her, my back pressed against the far wall, my heart thumping. I wouldn't look at her, I'd just stare at my bedroom door and practically run for it. For about a month, that was the routine. I'd avoid looking at her. My parents thought it was funny. "Still scared of the picture lady?" my dad would tease. I wasn't scared. It was more than scared. It was a deep, instinctual knowledge that the thing in that painting was evil. I can't explain it better than that. It's a feeling you have when you're a kid, before you learn to talk yourself out of those kinds of feelings. Then, one afternoon, I was coming out of my room to go downstairs for a snack. I don't know what made me do it. Maybe I was feeling brave. Or maybe I was just tired of being scared. But I stopped and I actually looked at her, and she was different. Her mouth, before, it had been a straight line, neutral. Now, the very corners were turned up. It wasn't a smile, it was a smirk, a tiny, knowing, nasty little smirk. And her hands were different too. Before, they had been kind of loosely holding the spear. Now, her knuckles were white. She was gripping it tightly, like she was getting ready to use it. A jolt went through me, so sharp and cold it felt like I'd been dropped in ice water. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't my imagination. I knew what I had seen before, and this was different. The smirk, the grip, it was a change. I stood there frozen, just staring up at her, and I swear for a second I felt like she was staring right back at me, and that smirk was just for me. I didn't even think. I turned and ran back into my room, slamming the door so hard the whole wall shook. I dove under my bed, squeezing myself into the farthest, darkest corner behind a box of old winter clothes. I was shaking all over. I could hear my own heart pounding in my ears. I stayed there for what felt like hours, until my mom came looking for me because it was time for dinner. I didn't tell them. What would I say? The girl in the painting is smirking now. They'd just laugh. So I went to bed that night more terrified than I had ever been in my life. My room was dark, but the hallway light was always left on with my door open just a crack. A sliver of yellow light fell across my floor. I could just barely see the edge of the painting's frame from my bed if I craned my neck. I kept my eyes glued to that sliver of light, to that little bit of frame, praying that nothing would move. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew I was dreaming, but it didn't feel like a dream. It felt more real than being awake. I was in my hallway. The house was silent, but it was the wrong kind of silent. It was a thick, heavy silence, like the air itself was holding its breath. I looked at the wall where the painting was supposed to be. It was empty. Just the dark rectangle on the wallpaper where it had been hanging. A wave of relief washed over me in the dream. She was gone. The painting was gone. But the relief only lasted a second, because then the fear came back, 10 times worse. If she wasn't in the painting, then where was she? I heard a soft sound from the other end of the hall, near the top of the stairs, a rustle like fabric moving. I turned my head, so slowly it felt like my neck was cracking. She was there, standing at the end of the hall. She was real. She wasn't just paint on a canvas anymore. She was three-dimensional, solid. Her dark curls looked real, her dress looked like real cloth, and she was holding the spear. The metal tip gleamed in the dim light from the stairwell. She took a step towards me. Her feet didn't make a sound on the carpet. Her eyes were locked on mine. They were flat and dark, like 2 pieces of coal. That smirk was still on her face, wider now, crueler. I tried to scream, but my voice was gone. My body was locked in place. I could only watch as she walked towards me, step by silent step. The air got colder with every step she took. I could see my own breath puffing out in little white clouds. She stopped right in front of me. I could smell something old and dusty, like a room that had been closed up for 100 years. She raised the spear. She didn't say a word. She just lifted it, her knuckles white on the shaft, and she drove it straight into my chest. I didn't feel pain, not exactly. It was a feeling of immense, shocking pressure, and then an unbelievable coldness spreading out from the center of my body. It was the cold of deep space, of absolute nothingness. It felt like I was being erased. I woke up. I was in my bed, tangled in my sheets, drenched in a cold sweat. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break them. For a full minute, I just lay there, gasping, my hands clutching at my pajama top, feeling for a wound that wasn't there. The feeling of that cold spear was so vivid, so real. I could still feel the ghost of it inside me. The hallway light was still on. I forced myself to sit up, to look at the painting. She was back in it. Of course she was. But the smirk was gone. Her face was back to that neutral, straight line. But her hands were still gripping the spear tightly. The white knuckles were there. That was it. I couldn't take it anymore. I started screaming. I screamed and screamed until my parents came running into my room, their faces pale with panic. I was hysterical, sobbing, pointing at the painting, trying to explain about the dream, about the spear, about the cold. My dad held me, trying to calm me down. It was just a nightmare, buddy, a bad dream. See? It's just a painting. But I wouldn't stop. I kept screaming, "She's evil! Get it out of here, please!" My mom looked from me to the painting and back again. She saw the genuine, raw terror in my eyes. She convinced my dad to take it down, not to get rid of it because he liked it and he said it was a good painting, but to move it. So he took it down from over the stairs and put it in his study. For a few years, that's where it stayed. In his study, on a wall behind his desk. I never went in there if I could help it. Sometimes I'd have to go in to get a pencil or something, and I'd feel her eyes on me the second I opened the door. The feeling of wrongness never went away. It was like a bad smell that had seeped into the walls of that room. When I was about 10, we moved to a new house. The painting came with us. My dad hung it in the basement rec room, saying it would add some atmosphere. The rec room was where we watched movies and played pool. I stopped going down there. The few times I did, for a family movie night, I'd sit with my back to the wall she was on, but I could still feel her presence behind me, a constant cold pressure between my shoulder blades. Years went by. I became a teenager. I got taller. My voice got deeper. I told myself it was stupid, that it was just a painting, that I'd been a frightened little kid, but I never fully believed it. The memory of that dream, of the cold from the spear, was burned into me. The last time I saw it, I was 17. We were cleaning out the attic to get ready for a garage sale. The attic was a hot, dusty place, full of old furniture and boxes of Christmas decorations. And there, leaning against a stack of my old baby clothes, was the painting. The frame was chipped. The canvas was covered in a fine layer of grey dust. I stood there for a minute, just looking at it. My heart was doing that familiar, nervous thumping. Part of me wanted to just turn around and walk away, to let my parents sell it to some unsuspecting person at the garage sale. But I had to look. I had to see. I took a step closer, the old floorboards creaking under my feet. I wiped the dust from the glass with the sleeve of my sweatshirt. Her face had changed again. The smirk was long gone. So was the neutral expression. Now, her face was completely blank, a poker face, no anger, no smile, no emotion at all. It should have been less frightening. It wasn't. The emptiness in her expression was somehow worse. It was the face of something that had given up pretending. The evil was still there, but it was no longer playing games. It was just waiting. And her hands. They were still wrapped around the spear, but the grip was different. It wasn't the tight, ready grip from when I was 5. It was a casual, almost relaxed hold, like the spear was just a part of her now, an extension of her arm. She looked comfortable with it. She looked like she belonged with it. That was the moment I knew I couldn't let this thing exist in our house anymore. Even in the attic. I couldn't let my dad sell it to someone else. I didn't know what it was capable of, but I knew it was capable of something. I didn't take it down. I didn't destroy it. I was too scared to even touch the frame, so I did the only thing I could think to do. I reached out, my hand trembling, and I grabbed the sides of the heavy frame. I grunted with the effort, and I turned the whole painting around so that it was facing the wall. The back of the canvas was just a plain, brown wooden board, crisscrossed with little stickers from the frame shop where my dad had bought it. I stood there, breathing heavily, staring at the back of the painting. The oppressive feeling in the attic seemed to lift just a little. The air felt a bit lighter. I never saw the painting again after that. My dad must have found it later and decided to keep it, or maybe he did sell it. I don't know. I never asked. I never wanted to talk about it. Turning it around was my way of ending it. It was my line in the sand. That was the end of my direct encounters with it. But it was not the end of the memory. I'm a grown man now, and I still think about it. Sometimes, when I'm walking down a dark hallway in my own house, or when I wake up suddenly from a deep sleep, I'll get a flash of that feeling. The cold in my chest, the smell of dust, the sight of those dark, curly hair, and that blank, empty face. I'll feel the ghost of that spear. It's a part of me. I don't know what she was, or why that painting was the way it was. I don't have any answers. All I have is the memory of a Tuesday, a smirk, a tight grip on a spear, and a coldness that has never entirely gone away. Story 5. It started when I woke up. I'm not sure what time it was, but it was still dark outside, and the room was pitch black except for a little sliver of moonlight coming through the blinds. I live in an old apartment building, and my bedroom faces the street, so sometimes car headlights sweep across the ceiling, but this was different. I just opened my eyes, and I didn't even move at first. You know how sometimes you wake up and you're just aware of everything around you? That's how it was. I was lying on my side, facing the door, and my blanket was tangled around my legs because I'd been tossing and turning all night. I've had trouble sleeping for a while now, ever since some weird stuff started happening in this place a few months back, but I'll get to that. So, I'm lying there and my eyes adjust to the dark, and that's when I see her. Across the room, near the closet, there's this figure. At first I thought it was just a shadow or maybe my laundry pile, but no, it was a person. A young woman, I think, because of the way she was built. Slender and not too tall. She was wearing a light blue sundress, the kind with thin straps, and over it a black hooded cape. The hood was up, so I couldn't see her face clearly, but I could tell she was staring right at me. Not moving, just standing there, like she'd been watching me sleep. My heart just dropped into my stomach. I mean, 1 second I'm half asleep, and the next I'm fully awake and frozen. I could feel my breath catch in my throat, and my chest got tight. I didn't scream or anything, I couldn't. It was like all the air had been sucked out of the room. I flinched, I guess, because I jerked my head back a little, and that's when she moved. She took a step back, real smooth, like she was gliding or something, but not in a creepy movie way. More like she was just shifting her weight. It was silent too. No sound of footsteps or rustling clothes. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me staring at her. Her just standing there. But it felt like forever. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Was it a dream? But I could feel the rough texture of my sheets under my fingers and the cool air on my skin. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. This was real. I finally managed to move my arm, fumbling for the lamp on my bedside table. My hand was shaking so bad I almost knocked over a glass of water I had there. I clicked the switch and the light flooded the room, one of those soft yellow bulbs, so it wasn't too harsh, and just like that she was gone. Not like she faded away or anything dramatic. 1 second she was there, and the next, the spot by the closet was empty. I sat up, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I kept blinking, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me, but no. There was nothing there, no shadow, no shape, nothing. The room looked normal, my clothes draped over a chair, the closet door slightly ajar, the same as always, but I had to check. I swung my legs out of bed, and the floor was cold under my feet. I walked over to where she'd been standing, right in front of the closet. As I got closer, I started to feel weird, like a chill creeping up my spine. When I stepped into that spot, it hit me, a sudden, intense shiver that made all the hairs on my arms and neck stand up. It wasn't just cold, it was like walking through a pocket of icy air, but the rest of the room was fine. I stood there for a moment, and I could still feel her presence, like someone had just left the room, and the energy was lingering. It was heavy, almost oppressive, and it made my skin crawl. I've felt something like this before, a couple of times in this apartment. Once, about 3 months ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw a shadow moving across the wall, but when I turned on the light, it was gone. Another time, I heard whispering, so faint I thought it was the wind, but it sounded like it was right next to my ear. Both times, I ended up with that same shivery feeling, like I'd been touched by something cold. I never saw a full figure like this, though. This was the first time it felt so personal. After standing there for what felt like minutes, I backed away and sat on the edge of my bed. My hands were still trembling, and I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to warm up. I kept looking around the room, half expecting her to reappear, but nothing happened. The lamp was still on, casting long shadows, and every little noise, the creak of the floorboards, the hum of electronics, made me jump. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call? It was the middle of the night, and I didn't want to sound crazy. Plus, what would I say? Hey, I saw a ghost in my room? No one would take that seriously. I decided to stay up. I wasn't going back to sleep, that was for sure. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand. It was around 4 in the morning, and I just scrolled through social media, trying to distract myself. But my mind kept drifting back to her. That sundress was so vivid. Light blue like the sky on a clear day, and the black cape stood out against it. The hood covered most of her head, but I could see a bit of her hair, dark and wispy, sticking out. She didn't look threatening, not like some monster. She just seemed sad or maybe curious, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. As I sat there, I started noticing little details I hadn't before. The room smelled different. Not bad, just off, like ozone after a storm. And the air felt thicker where she'd been, like I was breathing through water. I got up again and walked around, checking the closet, under the bed, everywhere. Nothing. No signs of anyone breaking in. No objects out of place. I even looked for anything that could have cast a shadow, like a coat or a bag, but there was nothing. My laundry was in a hamper, and the closet had my winter clothes hanging up, but nothing blue or black like what she was wearing. I ended up spending the next couple of hours just sitting in bed, staring at the spot where she'd been. The sun started to rise, and light filtered through the blinds, making the room feel a little safer. But that cold feeling stayed with me. I got dressed slowly, my movements sluggish because I was so tired and on edge. I made coffee in the kitchen, but my hands were still shaky, and I spilled some on the counter. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see her in the doorway or something, but the apartment was quiet. Around 7 in the morning, I decided to go for a walk to clear my head. I live in a neighborhood with old houses, and sometimes I wonder if the building has history I don't know about. As I walked, I thought about past hauntings, not just mine, but stories I've heard from friends or online. There was this one time, years ago, when I was a kid, I saw something similar in my grandparents' house, a woman in white at the end of the hall. But back then, I brushed it off as a dream. Now I'm not so sure. The whole day I've been feeling off. I went to the store, talked to a neighbor, tried to act normal, but inside I was a mess. Every time I entered a room, I'd pause, checking the corners. That shivery feeling hasn't gone away completely. It's like a residue on my skin. I came back home around noon and decided to write this down because I need to remember it, to make sense of it. But the truth is, I can't. It's just there, this thing that happened, and I have no explanation. I'm back in my bedroom now, sitting on the floor near where she stood, and I still get that chill when I'm close. I don't know who she was or why she was here, but it felt real, more real than anything I've experienced. And the worst part is, I have this sinking feeling that it's not over, that she might come back. But for now, I'm just left with this memory, this image burned into my mind, and I can't shake it. I don't think I ever will. Story 6. I was 14. It was the fall of my first year of high school, and my friend, let's just call him my friend, I don't want to use his name, had invited me up to his family's cabin for the weekend. It was in northern Ontario, way up there, a place called Maple River. You wouldn't find it on most maps. It was more of a dot, a place where his grandfather had built a small main cabin and down by the water a little storage hut. The plan was for us to sleep in the hut. It was our big adventure. We were going to be real woodsmen, away from the parents in the main house, just us and the river and the trees. I remember the drive up was all golden leaves and cold, clean air. The hut itself was nothing special. It was a single room, maybe 12 by 12, made of rough, dark wood. It smelled of damp earth, old canvas, and gasoline from the lawnmower that was stored in one corner. There were 2 cots set up for us, old army surplus things with thin, musty mattresses. We thought it was the coolest place in the world. The day was normal. We fished off the riverbank with no luck, just throwing lines in and pulling out weeds. We explored the woods until the shadows got long and the air bit through our jackets. We ate dinner with his family in the main cabin, hot dogs and beans, and then, armed with flashlights and a bag of chips, we headed down to the hut for the night. We stayed up late talking about stupid kid stuff. School, girls, video games we wanted, the kind of conversations that feel so important when you're that age. Eventually, we drifted off. The last thing I remember was the sound of the river, a constant gentle shushing, and the deep total blackness of a place with no city lights. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. It was still the middle of the night, the kind of dark where you can't see your own hand in front of your face. But I wasn't waking up from a noise. It was a feeling, a change in the air. The first thing I noticed was that I was warm, not just comfortable, but deeply, unnaturally warm. We'd gone to sleep with our winter coats on over our sleeping bags. Because the hut was so chilly, my breath had been pluming in the air. Now it was like a summer morning. I kicked the heavy sleeping bag off my legs, confused. Then I saw the light. It wasn't a bright light. It was a soft, warm glow, the color of honey or a low ember. It filled the hut. It had no source. There was no lamp, no flashlight, no nothing. The window was just a black square. This light was just there, hanging in the air, illuminating everything with this gentle golden radiance. And on the wall opposite my cot, there were shadows. They were the shadows of small animals. I could see them clearly. A squirrel, frozen mid-scamper. A rabbit, ears perked up. A little bird hopping along. They were moving, but not like real animals. Their movements were slow, peaceful, like they were part of a silent, gentle film being projected onto the wooden wall. There was no sound at all. No scratching, no rustling. Just the soft, shifting shapes. I wasn't scared. That's the part that gets me. Even now, I should have been terrified. My heart should have been hammering. But I felt this profound peace. It was a heavy, warm feeling that settled right in my chest. It felt safe. It felt like I was being shown something beautiful, a secret that I was privileged to see. I just lay there on my cot, propped up on my elbows, watching the little shadow play. It was mesmerizing. I looked over at my friend's cot. He was awake too, but his experience was the complete opposite of mine. His face was white as a sheet. His eyes were wide, staring at the wall, but not with wonder, with pure, undiluted horror. He was trembling so hard I could hear his teeth chattering. He had his sleeping bag pulled up to his chin, his knuckles white where he was gripping it. "Do you see that?" he whispered. His voice was thin and strained, cracking with fear. I nodded, still feeling that weird, calm haze. "Yeah, it's neat." "Neat?" he hissed, his voice rising. "It's not neat. There's no light. How is there light?" He was right. Logically, it made no sense. But the peace I felt overrode all logic. I just shrugged, turning back to the wall. The shadow bird did a little hop. It was kind of cute. That's when he lost it. He threw his sleeping bag off and scrambled out of his cot. He didn't even put his shoes on. He just ran for the door, fumbling with the simple latch. He was sobbing, just these ragged, panicked breaths. He got the door open, and he bolted out into the night, his bare feet slapping against the cold ground as he ran up the path towards the main cabin. The door swung shut behind him, and I was alone. The second the door closed, the atmosphere in the hut shifted. The warm, peaceful feeling didn't vanish, but it intensified. It became more focused, like all of its attention was now on me. The light seemed to pulse, just once, a slow, deliberate throb. The shadows on the wall stopped their individual movements. The squirrel, the rabbit, the bird, they all froze, and then, as one, they slowly turned their heads. They weren't looking at anything in particular before. Now, they were all looking directly at me. My breath caught in my throat. The first trickle of real fear started to creep up my spine, cutting through the peaceful haze. It was ice cold. This wasn't part of the show. This was different. I sat up fully on the cot, pulling my knees to my chest. I didn't dare move. I just watched them, these dark, featureless silhouettes, all oriented towards me. They weren't moving anymore. They were just watching. Then a new shadow formed on the wall. It wasn't a small animal. It was larger, and it was humanoid, but not quite right. It was tall and slender, with limbs that seemed a little too long. It didn't have the clear definition of the animal shadows. It was fuzzier, like a silhouette seen through smoke. It stood behind the smaller shadows, motionless. I felt a pressure in the room, a physical weight on my skin, like I was submerged in warm water. The air was thick, and it was getting harder to breathe. Not like I was choking, but like the air itself had become syrup. I could feel my heart beating in my ears, a slow, heavy thud that seemed to sync with the gentle glow in the room. The tall shadow raised one of its long, slender arms. It didn't point at me, it just gestured, a slow, sweeping motion that took in the whole hut, the river outside, everything. It was a gesture of ownership, of showing. This is mine, it seemed to say, and you are in it. That's when the fear truly set in. It wasn't a screaming, panicky fear. It was a deep, primal, soul-level dread, the kind of fear that doesn't make you want to run. It makes you want to disappear, to be so small and insignificant that you are overlooked. The warm light no longer felt safe. It felt possessive, smothering. I couldn't look away from the wall. The small animal shadows began to move again, but their movements were no longer peaceful. They were agitated. The squirrel was scratching at the wall. The rabbit was thumping its foot in a frantic rhythm. The bird was flapping its wings, but it wasn't flying away. It was trapped. The tall shadow remained still, its arms still raised. I got the overwhelming, undeniable sense that it was ancient. Not old, not from a different time, but from a different kind of time altogether. Something that was in the rocks and the river long before people gave them names. And it was watching me, not with malice, not with kindness, just observation. A vast, indifferent curiosity, like a person watching an ant crawl across a stone. I don't know how long I sat there, locked in that silent, terrifying tableau. It could have been 2 minutes. It could have been an hour. Time had stopped making sense. The only things that existed were the warm glow, the pressure on my skin, the frantic shadows, and the tall, presiding figure. Then as suddenly as it began, it ended. The light didn't fade. It vanished. 1 second it was there, the next it was absolute, crushing darkness. The pressure lifted from my skin, and the air became cold again, so cold it felt like a slap. The sounds of the night rushed back in. The river, the wind in the trees, an owl hooting somewhere far away. It was so loud after the profound silence. I sat there in the pitch black, shaking uncontrollably. My teeth were chattering just like my friends had been. I fumbled for my flashlight on the floor next to my cot, my hands numb and clumsy. I clicked it on, and the harsh white beam cut through the dark, swinging wildly as my hand trembled. The wall was just a wall, rough bare wood, no shadows, no light. I didn't sleep another second that night. I just sat on the edge of my cot, wrapped in my sleeping bag, pointing the flashlight at the door, waiting for the sun to come up. Every creak of the wood, every rustle outside sent a fresh jolt of terror through me. In the morning, my friend's dad came down to get me. He looked tired and concerned. My friend was back at the main cabin, wrapped in a blanket, refusing to talk or even look at anyone. We packed up our stuff and left that day, hours earlier than planned. We didn't talk about it on the drive home. We didn't talk about it for years. Life moved on. We went to different colleges, drifted apart. It was about 7 years later, I think, when I got a message from him out of the blue. He'd tracked me down on social media. We made small talk for a bit, and then he asked, "Do you ever think about that night at the river?" My blood went cold. I wrote back, "Yes." And then he started describing it. The warm glow with no source, the shadows of the small animals moving on the wall, the profound peace he felt at first, before the terror took over. He remembered every detail exactly as I did. It was the confirmation I both needed and dreaded. He told me that the experience had broken something in him and then rebuilt it into something else. He said he couldn't just write it off. He'd spent years reading, searching for an explanation. He got into druidic practices, nature, spirituality, all that stuff. He said he didn't think it was a ghost or an alien. He believed it was a genius loci, a spirit of the place, something ancient that was simply present, and it had noticed us, 2 kids sleeping in its domain. He said he felt it was a kind of blessing to have been seen by something so old. I didn't tell him about the second part. I didn't tell him about the shadows turning to look at me, or the tall, slender figure that appeared after he ran. I didn't tell him about the feeling of being owned, of being a temporary curiosity for a consciousness I couldn't begin to comprehend. His version was scary enough. My version was something else. He found a kind of faith in it. I just found a deep, lingering unease. I can't go into the woods at night anymore. I can't even sit by a campfire without getting jumpy, because sometimes when I'm in a quiet, dark place, I'll catch a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye or feel a sudden, inexplicable warmth, and my heart just stops. It saw me. It showed me its little pets, and then it showed me itself. And I have no idea what it wanted or why it chose to reveal itself to a 14-year-old kid in a storage hut. I just know that it was there. It was real, and a part of it is still with me, watching from the corners of every dark room I've been in since... Story 7. I always thought imaginary friends were just a normal part of being a kid, something cute and harmless that fades away as you grow up. But for me, it was different. Charlie wasn't just some made-up pal. He felt real, too real, and looking back now, I think he might have been something else entirely. This all came rushing back to me just a few days ago, and I haven't been able to sleep properly since. I need to get this out there, because if I don't, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. It started when my mum called me out of the blue. We don't talk too often these days. Life gets busy, you know, but when she does call, it's usually just to catch up. This time, though, her voice had this weird edge to it, like she was trying to sound casual but couldn't quite pull it off. She asked how I was doing, the usual stuff, and then she said, "Do you remember Charlie, your imaginary friend from when we lived in that old house?" I hadn't thought about Charlie in years, not since we moved away when I was maybe 8 or 9. But the moment she said his name, it was like a door in my mind swung open, and all these memories came flooding back, cold and heavy. I was sitting at my kitchen table when she called, drinking coffee and scrolling through my phone, just a normal morning. But after we hung up, I couldn't shake the feeling. My hands started to feel clammy, and my heart was beating way too fast, like I'd just run up a flight of stairs. Charlie, I hadn't just forgotten him. It was like my brain had buried him deep down because thinking about him made me feel sick. And now, here he was, back in my head, and all I could think about was how wrong everything had felt back then. Let me back up a bit. When I was a kid, we lived in this creaky old house on the outskirts of town. It was one of those places that always felt a little off, no matter how much my mom tried to make it homey. The floors would groan at night, and there were spots where the air felt colder for no reason. Charlie showed up when I was around 5 or 6. At first he was great, a friend who always wanted to play, who knew all the hiding spots in the house, and who seemed to understand me better than anyone. He'd tell me stories about the house, little secrets like where the previous owners had hidden a key under a loose floorboard, or how there was a crawl space behind my closet that I never knew about. I checked, and he was always right. It felt like magic back then, but now it just feels creepy. As I got older, though, Charlie started to change. It wasn't sudden. It happened slowly, over months. He'd suggest things that made me uncomfortable, like taking money from my mom's purse or lying about where I'd been. At first, I thought it was just games, but then it got darker. I remember one time he told me to steal a necklace from my aunt when she visited. I didn't do it, but I felt guilty even thinking about it. Charlie would get angry when I didn't listen, and his voice, which had always been friendly, started to sound sharp and mean. He'd whisper things in my ear when I was trying to sleep, telling me that no one else cared about me, that he was my only real friend. But the worst day, the one that sticks with me even now, was when he told me to push my mom down the stairs. I'll never forget it. I was 7 years old, and it was a Saturday. My mom was cleaning the house, and I was supposed to be helping, but I was hiding in my room because Charlie was there with me. He'd been quiet all morning, which was unusual, and then he said it, clear as day. "Push her down the stairs. Do it now." I felt this cold knot in my stomach, and my hands started to shake. I remember looking at my bedroom door, hearing my mum humming downstairs, and for a second I actually considered it. Not because I wanted to hurt her, but because Charlie's voice had this pull, like it was digging into my brain. I started crying, really quietly so no one would hear, and Charlie kept whispering, "She doesn't love you. Do it, and I'll always be here for you." I didn't do it, of course. I ran out of my room and down the hall, but I avoided the stairs. I went into the bathroom and locked the door, sitting on the floor with my hands over my ears. I could still hear Charlie, though, like he was right there with me. He was saying other things too, like how I should start a fire in the kitchen or break something valuable. It was like he wanted to cause as much harm as possible, and it scared me so much that I couldn't move for what felt like hours. When my mum finally knocked on the door, asking if I was okay, I just lied and said I had a stomachache. I didn't tell her about Charlie. I was too afraid she wouldn't believe me, or worse, that she'd think I was crazy. After that day, things got worse. Charlie's suggestions became more frequent and more violent. He'd talk about fires a lot, how easy it would be to light a match and watch the curtains catch, or how the old wiring in the house could cause a blaze. I started having nightmares where I'd see flames everywhere, and Charlie would be standing in the middle of them, smiling. I became withdrawn, didn't want to play with other kids, and my mom noticed. She thought I was just going through a phase, but I knew it was because of Charlie. Eventually, we moved to a new house, and slowly, I forgot about him. It was like a fog lifted. I made new friends, started enjoying school again, and Charlie faded into nothing, until my mom's call the other day. After we hung up, I couldn't focus on anything. I tried to go back to my coffee, but my hands were trembling so much I spilled it all over the table. The memories were so vivid. Charlie's voice, the cold spots in the house, the way he'd know things he shouldn't. I decided I needed to look into it, to see if there was any reason why he felt so real. Maybe it was just childhood imagination, but something in my gut told me it wasn't. I spent the rest of that day researching. I started by trying to find information about the old house we lived in. It wasn't easy. I didn't remember the address, so I had to call my mom back and ask. She sounded surprised but gave it to me, and I could tell she was worried by the way her voice tightened. I went online, searching through old property records and local history sites. The house was built in the 1950s and there weren't many details at first. But then I found a forum thread about urban legends in our old town, and someone mentioned a tragedy that happened there decades ago. My heart was pounding as I clicked through. The post was from a few years back, and it talked about a family that lived in the house in the 1970s. They had a son named Charles who died in a fire when he was 7 years old. The fire started in his bedroom, and they never figured out how it began. Some people thought it was an accident, but others whispered that Charles had a history of setting small fires around the house before that. He was described as a troubled kid, always getting into trouble, and he'd tell his parents about an imaginary friend who encouraged him to do bad things. Reading that, I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. The room spun around me, and I had to grip the edge of my desk to steady myself. Charles died in that house, at the same age I was, when Charlie was at his worst. And the fires. Charlie had always been obsessed with fires, just like Charles supposedly was. It wasn't just a coincidence. It felt like something had reached out from the past and latched onto me. I kept digging, finding old newspaper articles that confirmed it. Charles, they called him Charlie, perished in a blaze that destroyed part of the house, and his parents moved away not long after. The rest of that day, I sat in my apartment feeling cold and disconnected. I couldn't stop thinking about how Charlie knew the house's secrets, how he gradually turned sinister, and how he always seemed to know things he shouldn't. It wasn't just my imagination. It was like I'd been sharing my childhood with a ghost, a boy who died tragically and maybe never left. The terror wasn't in some sudden jump scare. It was in the slow, creeping realization that something had been wrong all along, and I'd just pushed it away. By evening, I was a mess. I kept hearing echoes of Charlie's voice in my head, those whispers telling me to hurt people, to start fires. I jumped at every sound, and when I looked in the mirror, my face was pale and my eyes were wide with fear. I tried to call my mom back to tell her what I'd found, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. How do you explain something like that? Hey, Mom, remember my imaginary friend? I think he was the ghost of a dead kid who might have caused his own death. She'd think I'd lost it. I ended up just sitting on my couch in the dark, wrapped in a blanket but still shivering. The memories kept coming. The day Charlie told me to push my mom, the times he talked about fires, the way he'd get angry when I didn't listen. It all made sense now, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. If anything, it made it worse, because it meant that for years I'd been living with this presence that wasn't just in my head. It was real. In some way I still can't fully understand, and that's where it leaves me. I don't have any answers, just this chilling feeling that won't go away. I keep wondering if Charlie is still out there, in that old house, waiting for another kid to latch onto, or if part of him is still with me, buried deep down. All I know is that I'll never look at childhood imaginary friends the same way again. For me, it wasn't innocent. It was something dark and malevolent. And realizing that has left me with a fear that feels like it's sunk into my bones. I don't know what to do with this knowledge, but I had to share it because keeping it inside is eating me alive. Story 8. I dragged myself out of bed and went downstairs. The wooden stairs creaked under my feet, a sound I've heard 1,000 times, but that day, each step felt louder, like the house was groaning. In the kitchen, there was a note from my mum saying she'd gone to the market with my aunt and wouldn't be back until afternoon. My grandma was probably in her room, resting. I poured myself a glass of water and stood by the sink, looking out the window. Our backyard is small, with a couple of trees and an old shed, but everything looked still, too still. No birds, no breeze, just the sun beating down. I remember thinking how weird it was that even the flies weren't buzzing around like they usually do. Around noon, I decided to go back upstairs to grab my charger from my room. That's when it happened. I was on the landing, about to turn into the hallway, when I saw my aunt run past me. She was wearing that light blue dress she always wears around the house, and she had this panicked look on her face, like she was being chased. I blinked, and she was gone. I mean, 1 second she was there, and the next, nothing. My heart skipped a beat. I called out, "Auntie?" But no answer. I hurried down the hall to my room, my skin prickling, and when I got there I heard voices from downstairs. I leaned over the banister and saw my aunt and mom in the living room, unpacking groceries. They'd just gotten back. I went down and asked my aunt if she'd been upstairs. She looked at me funny and said no. She'd been with my mom the whole time. My mom confirmed it. I felt this cold knot form in my stomach. I know what I saw, and it wasn't my imagination. My aunt was right there, but she couldn't have been. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was just tired, or the heat was getting to me. I helped them put away the groceries, but I couldn't focus. My hands were shaking a little, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. My grandma came out of her room then, using her cane to steady herself. She saw my face and asked what was wrong. I told her about seeing my aunt run past me upstairs. She didn't seem surprised. She just nodded slowly and said, "The jinn are playing tricks again." She's always talking about jinn. Entities, she says, live alongside us, invisible most of the time, but can show themselves when they want. She told me once about how, when she was a girl, a jinn threw stones at her and spooked her horse so bad it almost threw her off. I used to think it was just old superstition, but in that moment, with the way she said it, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The afternoon dragged on. The heat didn't let up, and the house felt stuffy, so I opened some windows, but it didn't help. I decided to distract myself by cleaning my room. As I was dusting, I found an old photo album under my bed. I sat on the floor and flipped through it. There were pictures of my grandma when she was young, standing next to that horse she always talks about. In one photo, she looked scared, her eyes wide, and I remembered her story about the jinn. It made me think about all the times she's warned us to be careful, to not attract their attention. I used to roll my eyes, but now I wasn't so sure. Around 4 o'clock, I started hearing noises. At first, it was just little taps, like someone gently knocking on wood. I thought it might be the house settling or something outside, but when I listened closely, it seemed to be coming from the walls. Tap, tap, tap. It would stop when I focused on it, then start again when I turned away. I went to check the windows, thinking maybe a branch was hitting the house, but there wasn't any wind. The trees were completely still. I even went outside and walked around the house, but nothing. When I came back in, the tapping had stopped, but I felt like I was being watched. You know that feeling, when the hairs on your neck stand up for no reason? That's how it was. I tried to call a friend to take my mind off things, but my phone had no signal, which is weird because it usually works fine indoors. I went to my room to try and get a better signal by the window, but it was the same, no bars. I felt a surge of frustration, mixed with fear. Why was everything going wrong? I sat on my bed and just stared at the wall, listening to the silence. But it wasn't silent anymore. I started hearing faint whispers like people talking in another room. But when I pressed my ear to the door, I couldn't make out any words. It was just a murmur, soft and indistinct, but it was there. I thought maybe it was the TV or something. But when I checked, the living room was empty, the TV off. My mum and aunt were in the kitchen chatting normally, and my grandma was napping. The whispers seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. As evening approached, the sky started to darken, but the heat didn't break. I helped my mum with dinner, but I was on edge the whole time. Every little sound made me jump. A pot clanging, the fridge humming. My mum noticed and asked if I was okay. I lied and said I had a headache. I didn't want to sound crazy, talking about gin and whispers. During dinner, we all sat at the table. And my grandma brought up the jinn again. She said that in our village, they're real, and they can attach themselves to people or places. She mentioned how my aunt had sleep paralysis a few years back, and they did a ritual to drive away the jinn causing it. After that, it stopped. My aunt nodded, looking serious. I'd heard about it before, but hearing it then, in that context, made my skin crawl. I pushed my food around my plate, not hungry anymore. After dinner, I went to my room to try and relax. I put on some music, but even with headphones, I could still feel the unease creeping in. The whispers had stopped, but now there were other sounds, like footsteps in the hallway when no one was there. I'd open my door and see nothing. Once, I thought I saw a shadow move out of the corner of my eye, but when I turned, it was gone. I started to feel claustrophobic, like the walls were closing in. I decided to take a shower, hoping the water would calm me down. The bathroom is down the hall from my room. I grabbed my towel and headed there. The hallway felt longer than usual, and the light from the ceiling fixture seemed dim, flickering slightly. In the shower, the water was lukewarm because our heater acts up sometimes, but I didn't care. I stood under the spray, trying to wash away the fear, but then I heard it, a low, guttural sound, like someone chanting. It was coming from outside the bathroom door. I turned off the water and listened. It stopped. My heart was pounding. I wrapped myself in the towel and cracked open the door. The hallway was empty, but I felt a cold draft, even though all the windows were closed. I hurried back to my room, my wet feet slipping on the floor. Back in my room, I locked the door and leaned against it, breathing heavily. I looked at the clock on my nightstand. It was only 9 in the evening, but it felt like midnight. I decided to try and sleep, hoping that when I woke up, everything would be back to normal. I turned off the lights and got into bed. The sheets felt rough against my skin, and I couldn't get comfortable. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the house. The tapping started again, faint at first, then louder. Tap, tap, tap. It seemed to be coming from the wall behind my headboard. I pulled the covers over my head, but it didn't help. I could still hear it. Then something else happened. I felt a presence in the room. You know how sometimes you just know you're not alone? That's how it was. I opened my eyes, and that's when I saw it. A dark figure standing at the foot of my bed. It was shadowy, not solid, but shaped like a person. It was moving slowly, rocking back and forth, like it was praying. I couldn't see any features, just this black silhouette against the dim light from the window. I was frozen, my breath caught in my throat. I tried to move, to scream, but nothing happened. It felt like I was pinned to the bed. The figure kept swaying, and I could hear a faint, rhythmic breathing, like it was chanting under its breath. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe a minute, maybe 5, but it felt like an eternity. Then slowly it faded away, like smoke, dissolving into air. As soon as it was gone, I could move again. I sat up, gasping, my whole body trembling. I switched on the lamp beside my bed, but the room was empty. The tapping had stopped too. I didn't dare go back to sleep. I sat there, hugging my knees, watching the door. The clock ticked slowly toward midnight. I thought about waking up my mom or grandma, but I was too scared to leave my room. What if I saw something else in the hallway? So I stayed put, my eyes glued to the clock. The hours dragged by, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Each minute felt like an hour. My mind was racing, thinking about all the stories my grandma had told me about the jinn, how they can mimic people, how they knock on doors at 3 in the morning because that's when the veil between worlds is thinnest, or something like that. I'd always brushed it off as folklore, but now I wasn't so sure. Then it happened. At exactly 3 a.m., I heard knocks on the front door, loud, insistent knocks, like someone was pounding with their fists. Boom, 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 3 times, then a pause, then 3 more. I jumped out of bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. I crept to my door and opened it a crack. The hallway was dark, but I could see the faint light from the street lamp outside filtering through the windows. The knocks came again, harder this time, like whoever, or whatever, was out there was angry. I thought about my family asleep in their rooms. Should I wake them? But I was paralyzed with fear. I tiptoed to the top of the stairs and peered down. The front door was visible from there, a solid wooden door with a brass knocker. The knocks were so loud I could feel them vibrating through the floor. I don't know what possessed me, but I decided to look out the window in the hallway that overlooks the front porch. I moved slowly, my legs shaking, and pulled back the curtain. The porch was empty. No one was there. But the knocks kept coming, now faster, like a drumbeat. Boom, 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 boom. I strained my eyes, looking for any sign of movement, but there was nothing, just the dark, quiet street. My breath fogged the glass, and I wiped it away with a trembling hand. The knocks were so close, so real, but there was no one there. I thought about the superstitions my grandma mentioned, about the dead knocking to be let in, and I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. I stood there for what felt like forever, listening to those knocks. They didn't sound human. They were too rhythmic, too forceful, like something was trying to break in. I thought about going downstairs to check, but I couldn't make myself move. My feet felt rooted to the spot. Then suddenly, the knocks stopped. Just like that. One moment they were pounding, and the next, silence. Complete, utter silence. I waited, holding my breath, expecting them to start again, but nothing. The house was quiet again, too quiet. I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually I forced myself to go back to my room. I locked the door and sat on the bed, wrapping myself in a blanket. I didn't sleep at all. I just watched the window as the sky slowly lightened from black to grey. When the sun finally rose, I felt a weak sense of relief, but the fear was still there, deep in my bones. I never found out what caused those knocks, or the figure, or any of it. We did a ritual later, like with my aunt, and things have been quiet since, but I'll never forget that day. It's like a shadow hanging over me, and I still can't explain any of it. Story 9. This particular Tuesday, my mom had gone out. It was some kind of meeting, I think, for her work. It was a rare thing for her to be out at night, leaving Dad alone with a newborn and a 4-year-old. Our house was old, a real creaky floor, drafty window kind of place that my parents bought for a song because it needed so much work. My brother's nursery was at the end of the hall on the 2nd floor, right across from my room. Dad had set up one of those baby monitors on the kitchen counter downstairs, the old kind with the big plastic box for the receiver and the little green light that flickered with sound. He'd put me to bed around 8, then gone back downstairs to try and get some paperwork done at the kitchen table. The house was quiet, the kind of deep quiet that only happens in an old house at night. He said he could hear the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional tick from the heating pipes cooling down. He was staring at a spreadsheet, the numbers blurring together when the first sound came through the monitor. It wasn't a cry. It was a voice, a woman's voice singing. It was soft, almost a whisper, but clear. A gentle, wordless lullaby, and underneath it, the soft, rhythmic shh of someone hushing a baby. His first thought, obviously, was that my mom had come home early. He glanced at the clock on the microwave. It was only 9:15. She wasn't due back for at least another hour. Maybe she'd forgotten something. But he hadn't heard the car pull into the gravel driveway, hadn't heard the front door open and close. The house was a sieve for sound. You could hear a squirrel running across the roof. You could definitely hear someone come in. He sat there for a second, listening. The singing continued. It was a melody he didn't recognize, something old-fashioned and lilting. It was calming, which was the weirdest part. It wasn't scary at first. It was just there. A woman was upstairs, soothing his newborn son. Then the logic of it all crashed down on him. There was no woman upstairs. It was impossible. He stood up so fast his chair scraped loudly against the linoleum floor. The sound echoed in the quiet kitchen, but the singing from the monitor didn't falter. He remembers the feeling in his legs then, a kind of cold numbness, like his blood had suddenly turned to ice water. He walked to the doorway and looked up the dark staircase. No light was on upstairs. The hallway at the top was a pool of blackness. He didn't call out. He didn't yell, "Honey," or "Who's there?" He just started up the stairs, his hand gripping the wooden banister so tight he could feel the grain imprinting on his palm. Each step creaked under his weight, a series of loud complaints in the silence. He remembers thinking, "She'll hear me coming. She'll stop." But she didn't stop. The singing and the hushing continued, flowing steadily from the baby's room, clearer now that he was on the second-floor landing. He could hear it both from the monitor receiver he'd left on the counter downstairs and, faintly, through the closed door of the nursery. The two versions of the sound, one electronic and slightly tinny, one real and muffled by wood, created a disorienting, layered effect. He paused outside my bedroom door, listening. He could hear my soft, even breathing from inside. I was asleep. Good. Then he turned to face the nursery door. The thin line of yellow light that usually leaked out from under the door when the lamp was on was absent. The room was dark. His heart was hammering against his ribs, a frantic, panicked rhythm. He was a big guy, used to fixing things, used to force being the solution to a problem. But this was a problem he couldn't define. He later told me his mouth was so dry his tongue felt like sandpaper. He reached for the doorknob. It was cold brass, and it turned silently in his hand. He pushed the door open slowly. The room was bathed in the weak, bluish light of the night sky, filtering through the single window. The street lamp from the corner didn't reach this side of the house, so the only illumination was from the moon, obscured by a few thin clouds. It was just enough light to see shapes, to pick out the dark lump of the crib against the far wall. And there, standing beside the crib, was a woman. She had her back to the door, leaning over the railing of the crib. Her form was silhouetted against the pale window. She was tall and slender, and she was wearing what looked like a long, dark dress or a nightgown, and she had hair. Long, wavy hair that fell down her back, catching what little light there was. It was red, a deep coppery red. My mother has red hair, long, wavy, coppery red hair. For a single, dizzying second, his brain short-circuited. It was her. She had come home. She must have come in through the garage entrance, tiptoed upstairs to check on the baby, and he just hadn't heard her. A wave of pure, unadulterated relief washed over him. It was so powerful he almost felt weak. He let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "Hey," he whispered into the dark room, his voice raspy. "You scared the hell out of me. I didn't hear you come in." The woman didn't turn. She didn't startle. She didn't acknowledge him in any way. She just continued her gentle swaying motion, her hand, he could now see, resting on my brother's back. And that soft, wordless lullaby continued to float from her. That's when the relief curdled, turning into something else, something much colder and sharper, because if it was Mom, why wasn't she answering? Why was the room so dark? Why did she come straight up here without saying hello? He took a step into the room. The floorboard under his foot let out a low groan, and then he noticed the details, the small, wrong things that his mind began cataloguing with a frantic, terrified speed. The way she stood was wrong. My mother has a slight curve in her posture from an old back injury. This woman's back was ramrod straight. The texture of her hair was different. My mum's hair is thick and a bit frizzy. This hair was smoother, silkier, lying flat against her back in perfect waves. And the scent. The room always smelled of baby powder and the lavender-scented detergent my mum used. Now there was another smell, faint but unmistakable. It was the smell of old paper and dried flowers, like opening a chest that had been sealed for decades. His eyes darted to the crib. He could see the small, bundled shape of my brother. The baby wasn't crying. He was perfectly calm, his breathing slow and even. He was asleep, soothed by this stranger in the dark. "Hello?" Dad said, louder this time, his voice cracking on the second syllable. The woman's singing stopped. The hushing stopped. The sudden silence was heavier, more menacing than the sound had been. The house seemed to be holding its breath. Slowly, very slowly, she began to turn her head. He didn't see her face. He didn't get that far. What he saw was her profile in the dim light, the line of her cheekbone, the slope of her nose. It wasn't my mother's face. The features were sharper, older, and her skin, it looked pale, almost waxy in the moonlight, like something not quite living. That was it. That was the breaking point, the primal part of his brain, the part that doesn't care for logic or explanation, screamed at him to move, to get his son to do something. He took a rushed, stumbling step forward, his arm outstretched towards the crib. "Get away from him," he growled, the fear making his voice rough. At the sound of his movement and his voice, the woman's head snapped fully towards him. He never got a clear look at her face. It was shrouded in the deep shadow cast by her hair and the angle of the light. He saw only darkness where her features should have been, a void that seemed to swallow the scant light from the window. And then she moved. It wasn't a walk. It wasn't a run. It was a swift, gliding motion, a shift of her form from one point to another with no steps in between. She moved backwards, away from the crib, towards the window. Dad stood frozen, his body locked in place by a terror so complete it felt like a physical force. He could only watch. She passed through the shaft of moonlight coming through the window, and for a split second she seemed to become translucent, like smoke. Then she was at the window. There was no sound of a sash being lifted, no squeak of the old painted shut frame. She simply receded. She flowed into the darkness beyond the glass, her long red hair the last thing to vanish, like the tail of a comet being swallowed by the night. She was just gone. The room was silent, profoundly, deafeningly silent. The only sound was the frantic, ragged sound of his own breathing. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the empty space by the window. His mind was a blank white static. Then a new sound pierced the silence, a soft, sleepy gurgle from the crib. The sound broke his paralysis. He lunged for the crib, his hands gripping the wooden sides. He looked down at my brother. The baby was swaddled tightly, his little face peaceful in sleep. He was fine, completely unharmed. He was even smiling a little in his sleep. Dad's hands were shaking so badly he could barely function. He reached into the crib and gathered my brother up, holding the sleeping baby tightly against his chest. The baby was warm, solid, real. He carried him out of the room, not even bothering to close the door, and went straight to my room. He woke me up, probably more roughly than he meant to, and carried us both downstairs. He sat on the sofa in the living room, a child in each arm, and just stared at the dark doorway to the hall, waiting for my mum to come home. He didn't turn on any lights. He just sat there in the dark, holding us, listening to the sound of the clock ticking in the hallway. Every creak of the house made him jump. Every shift of the wind outside sounded like a footstep. When my mum finally came home, he must have looked a fright. He was still pale, still shaking. He told her everything in a rushed, jumbled mess the second she walked through the door. She turned on all the lights. She checked the baby. She checked the nursery. The window was closed and locked, just as it had been. There was no sign of anyone having been there. No strange scent. Nothing out of place. She didn't call him crazy. She listened, and she got this thoughtful, almost sad look on her face. Later, after we were both safely tucked into their bed with them, she told him her theory. Her great-grandmother, she said, had hair like hers. Long, red, beautiful hair. She'd lost 2 children in infancy before she'd had others who lived. She'd always lived in this general area, though not in this specific house. My mom wondered aloud if it had been her, a mother from another time, drawn to the sound of a newborn, just checking in, offering some comfort from wherever she was now. My dad didn't buy it. He didn't buy any of it. A ghost, an ancestor? It was impossible. He was a skeptic. He believed in wiring and plumbing and things you could hold in your hands, but he couldn't explain what he saw. He couldn't explain the singing on the monitor. He couldn't explain the woman with the red hair who wasn't his wife, who soothed his baby and then vanished through a closed window into the night. He confirmed the story to me years later when I was a teenager and asked him point blank if any of the weird house stories were true. He looked me right in the eye and said, "That one is." He never believed in anything supernatural after that either. He didn't become a convert to the paranormal. If anything, it made him more stubborn, because it was a fact, an event that happened, a thing he witnessed with his own eyes that defied every law of reality he understood. And since he couldn't explain it, the only thing he could do was just carry it. This impossible, weightless, terrifying stone of a memory that he'll have until the day he dies. The night a stranger with his wife's hair came to sing his newborn son to sleep, and then disappeared into the dark. Story 10. I remember I'd been dreaming about something stupid, probably about school, when I just woke up. It wasn't a slow wake-up, it was like a switch flipped in my head. 1 second I was asleep, the next I was completely, utterly awake. The first thing I noticed was the cold. My blanket had slipped off, and the air in my room was chilly. It was that deep, quiet cold of the middle of the night, the kind that seeps into your bones. I was lying on my side, facing the door, which I always slept with open just a crack. Through that crack I saw her. My sister Jenny was standing in the doorway. She was just standing there, perfectly still, silhouetted against the weak hall light. She was wearing her favorite pink pajamas, the ones with the little faded rabbits on them. I remember feeling a flicker of annoyance. It was probably 2 or 3 in the morning. What was she doing? Did she have a bad dream? Was she going to try and crawl into my bed like she sometimes did when she was scared? "Jenny," I whispered. My voice was scratchy with sleep. She didn't move. She didn't answer. She just stood there. I pushed myself up on my elbows, squinting. "Jen, what's wrong?" Nothing. No response. It was the stillness that started to get to me. Jenny was never that still. She was always fidgeting, tapping her feet, playing with her hair. But she was like a statue. I could see the outline of her head, her shoulders, but her face was in shadow. A little knot of unease tightened in my stomach. This was weird. This was really weird. "Stop messing around," I said, a little louder this time. I swung my legs out of bed. The wooden floor was freezing under my bare feet. I took a step towards the door, then another. The floorboard right in front of my door let out its signature long, low groan. As I got closer, the details got stranger. She wasn't just standing still, she was fuzzy. Not blurry, like my eyes were bad, but like the air around her was shimmering, the way heat rises off a hot road in the summer. And she was pale, so pale, almost glowing in that dim hall light, but a sickly kind of glow, like the inside of a seashell. I was maybe 4 feet away from her, close enough that I should have been able to see the freckles on her nose, but I couldn't. Her features were just soft, indistinct. "Jenny, you're freaking me out," I said, and my voice wavered, and then she was gone. It wasn't like she turned and walked away. It wasn't like she faded. It was an instant thing. One moment she was solidly there, a person-shaped thing in my doorway, and the next moment there was nothing, just the empty doorway and the ugly yellow hall light. I actually stumbled forward a step, my brain refusing to process what my eyes had just seen. I blinked hard several times. I looked at the spot where she had been. Nothing. The air didn't even feel disturbed. It was just empty. My heart started hammering in my chest, a frantic, panicked rhythm. My first thought, my only thought, was a stupid, childish one, a ghost. I thought I'd seen a ghost, and it had looked like my sister. A cold dread, colder than the floor, washed over me. Something was wrong. Something was really, really wrong. I didn't even think, I just ran. I yanked my door open and bolted out into the hallway, my feet slapping against the cold wood. I didn't look left or right. I went straight for her room, the door right next to mine. It was closed, which was weird, because she always slept with it open too. I grabbed the doorknob. It was cold. I turned it and pushed the door open. The sound hit me first. It was a gurgling, choking sound, a horrible, wet, rasping noise. The room was dark, but the streetlight from outside cast long, skeletal shadows across everything, and in her bed, I could see her. Jenny was on her back, but her body was rigid, arched off the mattress in a way that looked impossible. Her back was bowed so high, only her head and her heels were touching the bed. Her arms were stuck out straight at her sides, her fingers splayed and stiff. Her head was thrown back and her mouth was open, and that awful gurgling sound was coming from her throat. Her eyes were wide open, but they weren't looking at anything. They were rolled back so far I could only see the whites, glowing faintly in the dark room. I froze in the doorway. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stood there watching my sister's body convulse on the bed, listening to this sound that didn't even sound human. It was the most terrifying thing I have ever seen in my entire life. It wasn't like in movies where people shake. This was different. This was a violent, full-body rigidity, a seizure that looked like it was breaking her in half. The fear that had been a cold knot in my stomach exploded into a full-blown, mind-numbing panic. I couldn't form a single coherent thought. My brain was just screaming. I turned and ran. I didn't run to my parents' room. I just ran down the hall, screaming. I don't even know what I was screaming. Maybe Mom, maybe Dad, maybe just a wordless shriek of pure terror. I hit their door at a full sprint, slamming my whole body against it. The next few minutes were a blur of noise and movement and blinding light. I remember my dad throwing the door open, his face a mask of confusion and sleep. I was just pointing down the hall, sobbing, unable to get any words out. He pushed past me and ran. I heard his footsteps pounding down the hall, then a sharp, choked-off curse. My mum was right behind him, pulling on her robe. She saw my face and didn't ask questions. She just grabbed my arm and we ran to Jenny's room together. The scene was worse with the light on. Under the harsh glare of her bedroom ceiling light, you could see everything. The sweat soaking her pajamas. The way her lips were starting to turn a little blue. The drool mixed with something foamy and white at the corner of her mouth. My dad was on his knees beside the bed, his hands hovering over her, not knowing what to do. He kept saying, "Jenny, Jenny baby, can you hear me?" But she was gone, lost somewhere inside that violent storm in her body. "Call an ambulance," my mom yelled, and her voice was so sharp and high, it didn't even sound like her. My dad scrambled for the phone on Jenny's nightstand. I just stood there, glued to the doorway, watching my family fall apart. I remember the smell. It was a weird metallic smell, like pennies mixed with sweat and something else I couldn't name. I found out later that sometimes people lose control of their bladder during a bad seizure. I didn't know that then. I just knew the smell was wrong, and it made my stomach turn. The wait for the ambulance was the longest of my life. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. My mom was holding Jenny's hand, talking to her in a low, steady voice, telling her she was going to be okay, even though it was clear she wasn't okay. My dad was on the phone with the dispatcher, his voice tight and strained, repeating our address, and the whole time Jenny's body kept seizing, that terrible arching and that guttural, choking sound filling the room. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Her body went limp, completely, utterly limp. It collapsed back onto the mattress like a rag doll. The sound stopped. The silence that followed was almost as loud and terrifying as the noise had been. For a second, nobody moved. Then, my mom leaned in closer. "Jenny, honey, Jenny made a small, groaning sound. Her eyes fluttered, but they were still unfocused. She was breathing deep, ragged breaths, but she was breathing. She was alive. The paramedics arrived then. There was a rush of heavy boots, voices, the crackle of radios. Our quiet, dark house was suddenly full of strangers in uniform with big bags and serious faces. They moved my parents and me out of the way and swarmed around Jenny's bed. I was shepherded out into the hallway, where I stood shivering in my pajamas, watching through the doorframe. They were asking my parents questions. Was this her first seizure? Any history of epilepsy? Had she hit her head? My parents' answers were a frantic overlapping, no, we don't know. They got her onto a stretcher. She was conscious then, but she was out of it. Her eyes were open, but she wasn't seeing anything. She looked dazed, confused. They wheeled her out of her room down the hall, and I watched her go, her head lolling to the side. She looked small and broken on that big stretcher. The ride to the hospital was a silent nightmare. I sat in the back seat of our car, my mom driving, my dad in the passenger seat, both of them not saying a word. I just stared out the window at the dark, empty streets. The world outside looked normal, but my world had just been torn to pieces. I couldn't stop seeing it. The image of her standing in my doorway, pale and still, was burned onto the back of my eyelids, and then the image of her on the bed, contorted and choking. The two images kept overlapping in my head, one leading to the other. At the hospital, it was more waiting. Bright, sterile lights, the smell of antiseptic, and the low hum of anxiety. They took Jenny away to a room, and we had to sit in a waiting area with scratchy chairs and old magazines. My mom finally broke down and cried, quiet, helpless sobs, into my dad's shoulder. I just sat there, feeling numb and hollowed out. A doctor came out after what felt like an eternity. He looked tired. He used a lot of words I didn't understand. Tonic-clonic seizure, postictal state, electroencephalogram. But then he said the one word that stuck, the one that explained everything and nothing at all. Epilepsy. He said it was likely what she had, that her brain had a sort of electrical short circuit, that the seizure was a storm in her brain. They needed to run more tests, keep her overnight, but that was their initial diagnosis. We were allowed to see her after a while. She was in a hospital bed, propped up with pillows. She had an IV in her arm. She looked exhausted. Her skin was pale, and there were dark circles under her eyes. But she saw us, and she gave us a weak, wobbly smile. "Hey, Squirt," she whispered to me. Her voice was hoarse. I couldn't say anything. I just went to the side of her bed and held her hand. It was warm, real. We stayed for a long time. My parents talked to her softly. I just listened. The fear was starting to recede, leaving behind a deep, shaky exhaustion. But the memory of what I'd seen in the doorway wouldn't leave me. It was sitting there in the corner of my mind, a cold, hard fact. Later, when we were getting ready to leave, the doctor was talking to my parents by the nurses' station. I was standing a few feet away, just listening. The brain is a mysterious thing, he was saying. Sometimes, right before a major neurological event like a grand mal seizure, people report strange sensations. Auras, they're called. A feeling of dread, a strange smell, a sense of déjà vu. It's the seizure activity beginning in one part of the brain before it spreads. I looked at Jenny, who was already falling asleep in her hospital bed, and I knew, with a certainty that I have never felt about anything else, that what he was describing wasn't what happened to me. I didn't feel a sense of dread. I didn't smell or taste anything strange. I saw her. I saw my sister standing in my doorway looking at me. She wasn't in her body having a seizure. She was in my room. She came to get me. The doctor's explanation was about what was happening inside her head, but my experience was about something outside of it. She was there. She was really there. She was trying to tell me, to show me, to warn me. Her body was failing her in her room, but some other part of her, her spirit or her soul or whatever you want to call it, came and found me. It projected itself to the one person who would come looking for her. I never told my parents what I saw. I tried once a few days later, but my mum just got this sad, worried look and said I'd had a bad dream, that I was scared and my mind was playing tricks on me, so I stopped talking about it, but I never believed it was a dream. It was too real. The cold floor, the groaning floorboard, the fuzzy, pale shape of her, the way she vanished, that was real. The doctors gave her medicine. She still had seizures sometimes, but never one that bad again. We grew up. We moved out of that old house. Life went on. But I have never, for a single day, forgotten that night. I am a grown adult now, and I still sleep with my door open a crack. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I'll wake up for no reason, and my heart will be pounding. And I'll look at that sliver of light from the hall, half expecting, half terrified, to see her standing there again. I don't know what it was. I don't have the words for it. The doctors have their words, their explanations about auras and brain chemistry, but I know what I saw. I saw my sister, when her body was betraying her, find a way to cry for help, and she came to me. Story 11. It was a Tuesday, the 17th of October. I remember because my girlfriend Sarah had just finished a 3-day stretch at the hospital and was finally off for 2 days. We were living on this old ranch property just outside of town, a place we were renting for next to nothing because nobody else would. The main house was a long, low-slung thing from the 40s, with a roof that sagged in the middle and floorboards that creaked even when you weren't stepping on them. The real estate agent had been real eager to get it off his books. He'd mentioned the community graveyard down the hill, said it was historical, dating back to the 1880s. He made it sound quaint. It wasn't. The day started wrong. You know that feeling when you wake up and the air just feels thick? Not with humidity, but with something else. A kind of heavy silence that presses down on your eardrums. That's how I woke up. My 2 dogs, a shepherd mix named Duke and a little terrier mutt named Jack, were already awake. They weren't at the foot of the bed like usual. They were both standing by the bedroom door, rigid, just staring out into the dark hallway. Their tails weren't wagging, they were just frozen. I remember the fine hairs on Jack's back were standing straight up, a ridge of stiff little spines. I called to them, but they didn't even twitch. That was the first real sign, I guess. I should have listened to it. I got up, my bare feet cold on the worn wooden floor, and shuffled past them to the kitchen to start the coffee. The sun was just starting to come up, casting this weak grey light through the dusty windows. Everything looked normal. The same chipped formica countertops, the same old stove with 2 burners that didn't work. But it didn't feel normal. It felt like the house was holding its breath. I kept catching movement in the corner of my eye, just a flicker, a shift in the shadows. But when I'd turned my head, there was nothing there. Just the same old, empty rooms. Sarah woke up around 7, and I could tell she felt it too. She's a nurse, she's pragmatic, she deals in blood and bones and facts. But she came into the kitchen and didn't even say good morning. She just wrapped her arms around herself and said, "This place feels awful today." That was all. We drank our coffee in near silence, the only sound the occasional low, rumbling growl from Duke, who was still planted by the front door, staring at it like he was expecting someone, or something, to come through. The morning dragged on. I tried to do some work on my laptop at the kitchen table, but I couldn't concentrate. The feeling of being watched was so intense, it was like a physical pressure on the back of my neck. I'd look up, scanning the room, and see nothing, but the dogs would be staring at the exact same empty spot, their heads cocked, ears perked. Around 11, I went to the bathroom. It was a small room, just a toilet, sink, and a mirror above it. I was washing my hands, looking at my own tired face in the mirror, when I heard it, right next to my ear, so close I could feel a puff of cold, damp air. A woman's voice, old and cracked like dry paper. It whispered one word. Worthless. My whole body went cold. It wasn't a sound that came from the hallway or the vent. It was right there, in the space between my ear and the wall. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought I might be sick. The bathroom was empty. The door was still shut. I yanked it open and stumbled out into the hall, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Sarah was in the living room and saw my face. She didn't ask what was wrong. She just looked at me, and her eyes were wide with a shared, unspoken dread. We tried to brush it off. We made lunch, but neither of us could eat. We decided to take the dogs for a walk to get out of the house. The property was big, a few acres of dry, golden grass and scrub oak. The community graveyard was at the bottom of the hill, separated from our land by a rusty, sagging wire fence. We never went down there. Just looking at it from a distance made my skin crawl. The headstones were old, tilting at crazy angles, some of them so weathered you couldn't read the names anymore. That afternoon, around 3, I was in the bedroom trying to fold laundry, just needing to do something normal with my hands. Sarah was in the living room. I was bent over, picking up a pair of socks from the basket on the floor. When it happened, it wasn't a push, it was a shove. A pair of hands, solid and strong, planted themselves in the middle of my back and slammed me forward, face first, into the bed. The air rushed out of my lungs. The mattress springs groaned. For a second I was just stunned, my face buried in the comforter. Then the terror hit. I scrambled off the bed, whirling around, my arms flailing, expecting to see someone there. The room was empty. The door was still closed, but I could still feel the imprint of those hands on my back, a cold, aching pressure. I ran out of the room, my legs shaking so bad I could barely stand. I found Sarah and just stammered, Something pushed me onto the bed. She believed me instantly. Her face went pale. We just stood there in the middle of the living room, holding on to each other, two adults completely terrified in our own home. As the sun started to go down, things got weirder. We were both in the kitchen, just standing there, afraid to be in separate rooms. That's when we saw the first orb. It was out in the backyard near the old oak tree. It was just a ball of light, about the size of a grapefruit, glowing with a soft, whitish-yellow light. It wasn't a reflection. It wasn't a bug. It floated, deliberate and smooth, about 4 feet off the ground, drifted behind the tree, and vanished. We both saw it. We didn't say a word. We just stared. A few minutes later, another one appeared, closer to the house this time, near the fence line. Then another. They'd appear, hang there for a few seconds, and then wink out of existence. Duke and Jack were going crazy, barking and whining, their nails clicking frantically on the floor as they ran from window to window. Sarah called a couple of our friends, Mike and Lisa. She was trying to sound calm, but her voice was trembling. She just said, "Can you guys come over now? Something's happening." They showed up about 45 minutes later, just as it was getting fully dark. We were all standing in the living room, huddled together, the 4 of us and the 2 dogs. We told them what had been happening. Mike, who's a skeptic, was trying to make jokes, but they fell flat. The air was too heavy for jokes. That's when Lisa, who was standing near the window, pointed up at the sky and whispered, "What is that?" We all looked. High up, above the ridge of the hills, were 3 lights in a perfect silent triangle. They weren't moving like planes. They weren't blinking. They were just hovering. They were too high to be drones, and they were completely silent. We stood there and watched them for what felt like 10 minutes. None of us speaking, just this shared, profound confusion and fear. Then as one, they shot off in different directions and were gone in a heartbeat. We were all pretty shaken after that. We decided to try and document something. Mike pulled out his phone and started taking pictures, just pointing it randomly around the dark yard. The flash would go off, and for a split second, we'd see the dry, patchy grass. When we looked at the pictures on his screen, the grass in the photos was glowing. Not like it was wet, but like it was lit from within by this eerie greenish light. And in several of the pictures there were orbs, dozens of them, little balls of light floating all over the place. We hadn't seen them all with our own eyes, but the camera saw them. We went back inside, the mood even heavier. We were sitting in the living room, the four of us on the couches, trying to process it all. That's when Duke, who had been lying at my feet, suddenly got to his feet. His whole body went stiff. He was staring at the closed front door, and a growl started deep in his chest. It wasn't his normal, "I hear a coyote growl." This was different. This was a low, guttural, vicious sound I had never heard him make before. The fur on his back and shoulders stood up, making him look twice his size. He pulled his lips back, baring all his teeth, a string of drool hanging from his jaw. He looked like a wolf staring down a threat. He took a slow, deliberate step toward the door, then another, the growl never stopping, a continuous rumble of pure hatred and warning. Jack started yapping, a high-pitched, frantic sound, hiding behind my legs. We all stared at the door. There was nothing there. We couldn't see anything, but Duke could. He was focused on a single spot, about 5 feet up from the floor, right in the middle of the door. He was ready to attack, ready to kill whatever was on the other side. The tension in the room was so thick you could taste it, metallic and sour like blood. Sarah started to cry, quiet, helpless sobs. Mike was just staring, his mouth hanging open. Lisa had her hands over her face. I felt frozen. I was watching my dog prepare to fight a thing I couldn't see, a thing that was radiating such a palpable sense of malice that it felt like the temperature in the room had dropped 20 degrees. I could see my own breath misting in the air in front of me. That's when Sarah grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "I can't stay here," she choked out. "If you leave, even for a minute, I can't be in this house alone. I can't." Her terror broke through my own paralysis. I didn't know what else to do. I'm not a particularly religious guy, but in that moment, it was the only thing I had left. I stood up. My legs felt like water. I faced the door where Duke was still snarling, and I just started talking. I didn't shout. My voice was shaky and thin. "I don't know who you are or what you want," I said, "but you need to leave us alone. You are not welcome here. In the name of whatever is good, whatever is holy, you need to go. Leave us alone. Stop touching us. Stop whispering. Just go." I don't know what I expected. A clap of thunder, a ghostly shriek. Nothing like that happened. But as soon as I finished speaking, Duke stopped growling, just like that. He let out a confused whine, shook his head like he was shaking off water, and his fur settled back down. He looked at the door, then back at me, his head cocked, and then he walked over and lay down at my feet with a heavy sigh. The oppressive, icy cold in the room lifted. The feeling of being watched, the heavy pressure, it all just vanished. We all sat there for a long time, not saying anything, just listening to the silence. It was just silence now. Normal, empty silence. Mike and Lisa left a little while later, both of them looking like they'd seen a ghost. Maybe they had. The physical stuff, the shoving, the whispering in my ear. That never happened again after that night. But it wasn't over. The hauntings just changed. We'd still see the orbs sometimes, floating in the yard at night. We'd still hear things, faint voices from empty rooms, sometimes saying our names. The feeling of dread never fully left the property. We moved out 2 months later, breaking our lease and not caring about the penalty. But that one day, that Tuesday, it was like all the badness in that place, all the history from that old graveyard and whatever had happened on that ranch, decided to focus itself on us, to press down with all its weight. I still have the photos Mike took, the glowing grass, the orbs. I look at them sometimes, and I can still feel that cold hand shoving me into the bed. I can still hear that old woman's voice hissing in my ear, and I can still see the pure, feral rage in my dog's eyes as he faced down a monster none of us could see. I prayed, and it stopped the hands from touching us, but it didn't clean the house. It didn't wipe the slate. Something is still there. I know it is, and I don't think it ever really left. Story 12? Okay. So I've never really talked about this before. Not to anyone outside my family, and even then, we don't bring it up much. But it's been eating at me for years, and I guess writing it down might help, or maybe it'll just freak me out all over again. Either way, here goes. I was 14 years old in 2012, living out in rural Kentucky, where the woods stretch on forever, and everything feels a little older, a little heavier, like the land itself is holding its breath. My mum had told me stories about this cabin since I was little, how back in the early 2000s, she, my uncle and my grandparents were out horseback riding on the trails behind my grandfather's farm. They stumbled on this clearing with an old, rotting cabin, and what they found inside stuck with her for life. She said it was like stepping into someone else's nightmare, and even though the sheriff brushed it off as kids messing around, she never forgot it. I'd always been curious, maybe too curious for my own good. And that summer, I finally talked my grandfather into taking me back there. The day we went, it was one of those hot, sticky August afternoons where the air feels thick enough to chew. The sky was a hazy blue and the sun beat down on us, but under the trees it was cooler, shadows pooling like dark water. My grandfather wasn't thrilled about going. He's a quiet man, not one for spooky stories, and I could tell he thought it was a waste of time. But he'd promised, and he never breaks a promise. We left the house around 2 in the afternoon. Just the two of us, with a couple of water bottles and an old camcorder I'd begged to bring along. I wanted to film it, maybe prove to myself that it was real, or maybe just to have something to show my friends later, though I never ended up sharing it with anyone. The hike started off normal enough. We followed a narrow trail that wound through the woods behind the farm, the same one my family had ridden horses on years before. The ground was soft underfoot, covered in a carpet of dead leaves and pine needles, and the smell of damp earth and rotting wood hung in the air. Birds chirped somewhere overhead, but as we got deeper, the sounds started to fade, like the forest was holding its breath. I remember feeling a little excited at first, like this was some big adventure, but that excitement slowly twisted into something else, a low hum of anxiety that settled in my gut. My grandfather walked ahead of me, his steps steady and sure. He didn't say much, just pointed out a few landmarks now and then, a bent oak tree, a creek we had to cross using a fallen log. The water was shallow and murky, and I slipped on the moss, almost losing my balance. My heart jumped into my throat for a second, but I caught myself. It was stupid, but that little scare made everything feel more real, like the woods were already messing with me. We'd been walking for what felt like an hour, though it was probably less, when the trail started to get overgrown. Brambles snagged at my jeans, and I had to push low-hanging branches out of the way. The air grew still, too still, like we'd stepped into a pocket where time had stopped. Then we saw it, the clearing. It wasn't big, maybe the size of a small backyard, but it felt wrong from the moment we stepped into it. The grass was patchy and yellowed, and in the center stood the cabin. My mum's descriptions didn't do it justice. It was worse than I'd imagined. The roof sagged in the middle like a tired old man's back, and the walls were warped, boards jutting out at odd angles. The whole thing looked like it was about to collapse in on itself. The wood was dark with rot, and in places you could see gaps where the insulation had fallen out. It smelled like wet decay, that heavy fungal scent that gets in your nose and stays there. But what really got me was the feeling that hit us as we got closer. It's hard to describe, but it was like a weight pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. The air turned cold, way colder than it should have been for a summer day. I remember shivering, and my grandfather stopped, his hand going to his chest like he felt it too. He glanced at me, and I saw the worry in his eyes. "You sure you want to do this?" he asked, his voice low. I nodded, but my throat was dry, and I had to swallow hard. The curiosity was still there, but now it was mixed with a deep, crawling dread. We approached the cabin slowly, our footsteps crunching on the dry grass. The door was hanging off its hinges, half rotted away, and it creaked when my grandfather pushed it open. The sound was loud in the silence, like a groan from something alive. Inside it was dark, with only slivers of light cutting through the gaps in the walls. The first thing that hit me was the smell, metallic, like old blood or rust, mixed with the sour tang of burnt wax. It made my stomach turn, and I covered my nose with my hand. My grandfather pulled out a flashlight he'd brought, and the beam cut through the gloom, dancing over the walls. That's when I saw the symbols. My mom had mentioned them, but seeing them in person was different. They were painted in black, hand-drawn and messy, covering the walls and even parts of the ceiling. Some looked like twisted crosses, others like weird, angular shapes I didn't recognize. They were faded in places, but you could still make them out, and they seemed to pulse in the dim light, like they were watching us. The floor was dirt, packed hard, and in the center was the pentagram. It was pink, or what was left of it, the color washed out and smudged, but the shape was clear, a 5-pointed star inside a circle. Around it there were half-burnt candles, stubby and melted into puddles of wax. Some were tipped over, like they'd been knocked in a hurry. I lifted the camcorder and started filming, my hands shaking so bad the image was jittery. The viewfinder showed the symbols on the walls, and I panned slowly, taking it all in. The cold in the room was intense, like we'd stepped into a walk-in freezer. I could see my breath misting in the air, and my fingers felt numb. My grandfather stayed by the door, not venturing further in. "Hurry up," he whispered, and I could hear the tension in his voice. He'd been here before, and he knew what this place felt like. I moved closer to the pentagram, my boots scuffing the dirt. The metallic smell was stronger here, and I noticed dark stains on the ground around the candles. They looked old, brownish red, and my mind went to blood immediately. I didn't touch anything, but I zoomed in with the camcorder, capturing the details. The candles had black wicks, and one of them had a bit of string still attached, like it had been lit recently. But that couldn't be right. This place had been abandoned for years, unless someone had been back. The thought made my skin crawl. Then I felt it, that sense of being watched. It wasn't just a feeling, it was a physical presence, like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just the empty cabin and my grandfather's worried face. The air felt thicker, heavier, and the silence was so deep I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. It was too quiet. No birds, no wind, nothing. Like the world had muted itself around this place. My grandfather called my name, sharper this time. "We need to go, now." I didn't argue. I shut off the camcorder and stuffed it into my backpack, my hands fumbling with the zipper. As I turned to leave, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow flitting across the far wall. It was quick, just a blur, but it was enough to send a jolt of pure fear through me. I didn't look back. I just bolted for the door, my grandfather right behind me. We burst out into the clearing, and the sunlight felt blinding after the darkness inside. But the relief didn't last. The cold followed us out, clinging to our clothes, and that feeling of being watched didn't go away. If anything, it got stronger. We started walking back, faster this time, almost running. The trail seemed longer on the way back, like the woods had shifted while we were in the cabin. Branches snapped under our feet, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something, someone following us. But there was nothing, just the trees and the deepening shadows. About halfway back I heard it, a soft rustling in the bushes off to our left. It wasn't an animal. It was too deliberate, too steady. My grandfather heard it too, and he grabbed my arm, pulling me along. "Don't stop," he muttered. We picked up the pace, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. The rustling kept up, matching our speed, always just out of sight. I felt like there were eyes on me, drilling into my back, and my skin prickled with goosebumps. The air was still cold, and I could still smell that metallic scent, like it had soaked into my clothes. By the time we reached the edge of the woods, near the farm, the sun was starting to dip lower, casting long shadows. The rustling had stopped, but the feeling of being watched lingered. We didn't talk much on the way home. My grandfather just shook his head and said, "That place is cursed." When we got back to the house, I went straight to my room and dumped the camcorder on my bed. I didn't watch the footage that day. I was too scared. It took me weeks to work up the nerve, and when I did, it was just as creepy as I remembered. The symbols, the pentagram, the cold air you could almost see in the video. But there was something else too, a faint whisper in the background, like someone speaking, but I couldn't make out the words. I deleted it not long after, couldn't stand having it around. I've never gone back, and I doubt I ever will. My grandfather passed away a few years ago, and the farm's still in the family, but nobody talks about that cabin anymore. Sometimes I wonder what really happened there. Who painted those symbols? What they were trying to do? Was it some kind of ritual? Something satanic like my mom thought? Or just kids messing around like the sheriff said? But kids don't leave a feeling like that behind. A cold that seeps into your bones, and a presence that follows you home. I still get chills thinking about it, and every time I'm in the woods, I can't shake the feeling that something's watching me, waiting. I don't have any answers, just this heavy, unsettled feeling that's been with me ever since that day, and that's it. That's all there is to tell. Story 13. Okay, so I've never really posted anything like this before, but I need to get this out there because it's been eating at me for weeks now, and I can't shake the feeling that something's not right. I'm writing this from my phone, so forgive any typos or if it's a bit all over the place. I'm still kind of trembling as I type this out. It all happened on one day, a Saturday back in early October, and I remember it like it was yesterday because it's the kind of thing that messes with your head and makes you question everything you thought you knew. I was down in this small town in central Mexico, visiting some distant relatives on my mom's side. My grandfather used to tell me stories about this place when I was a kid. He grew up around here, and he'd talk about shapeshifters called nawals and hidden treasures that slipped through his fingers. I always thought they were just fun tales, you know, something to spook us around the campfire. But after what happened that day, I'm not so sure anymore. I think maybe he wasn't just spinning yarns. I woke up that morning feeling off, like the air was too still or something. The sun was already up, casting long shadows through the window of the little room I was staying in. It's an old adobe house with thick walls that keep the heat out. But that day, it felt colder than usual, even though it was supposed to be warm. I could hear the roosters crowing outside, and the smell of wood smoke from someone's breakfast fire hung in the air. I got dressed slowly, pulling on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, and headed out to the kitchen where my aunt was making tortillas. She smiled at me, but it didn't reach her eyes, and I remember thinking she looked tired, like she hadn't slept well. After a quick breakfast of beans and eggs, I decided to go for a walk to clear my head. The town is tiny, just a handful of streets lined with colorful houses, and at the edge it blends into scrubland and hills. My grandfather's stories always mentioned the hills, how he'd wander there as a boy and stumble into weird things. I didn't have any plans really. I just wanted to explore a bit and maybe take some photos. I grabbed my backpack with a water bottle and my phone, and I headed out. The morning was quiet, almost too quiet. Usually there's noise from kids playing or vendors selling things, but that day it felt like everyone was hiding indoors. I walked down the main street, past the little church with its peeling paint and toward the outskirts. The sky was a pale blue, with a few clouds drifting by, but the light had this weird, hazy quality to it, like everything was slightly out of focus. I could feel the gravel crunching under my shoes, and the dust kicked up in little puffs with each step. My throat felt dry, so I took a sip of water, but it didn't help much. As I got closer to the hills, I noticed the trees looked different, gnarled and twisted, like they'd been through a lot. The air grew cooler, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. That's when I first saw it. A dog, or what I thought was a dog, standing by a cluster of rocks. It was medium-sized, with matted fur that looked greyish-brown, and it was just staring at me, not in a friendly way, but with this intense, almost human gaze. I've seen stray dogs before, but this one felt different. Its eyes were too intelligent, and it didn't move when I approached, just kept watching me. I tried to shrug it off and kept walking, but the dog started following me, keeping its distance but always there in my peripheral vision. My heart started beating faster, and I could feel a knot forming in my stomach. I remembered my grandfather's story about the Nawal, how he'd encountered one that shapeshifted, and he stabbed it, only to find a mark on a store owner later. At the time, I'd laughed it off, but now, with this dog trailing me, it didn't seem so funny. I picked up my pace, heading toward a path that led up into the hills. The ground was rocky and uneven, and I had to watch my step. The dog stayed behind me, and I could hear its paws padding softly on the dirt. Every time I glanced back, it was there, its eyes locked on me. I started to feel really creeped out, like I was being hunted or something. My palms were sweating, and I wiped them on my jeans, trying to calm down. After about 20 minutes of walking, I reached a small clearing with a view of the valley below. I stopped to catch my breath, and that's when the dog came closer. It didn't growl or anything, just stood there maybe 10 feet away and let out this low whine that sounded almost like a person crying. I felt a chill run down my spine. I'm not usually superstitious, but in that moment all my grandfather's stories came flooding back, and I couldn't shake the thought that this wasn't just a dog. I decided to turn back, but as I did, the dog darted in front of me, blocking the path. It bared its teeth, and for the first time, I saw that its canines were longer than they should be, almost like fangs. My breath hitched, and I froze. I didn't know what to do. I looked around, but there was no one else in sight. Just me and this thing in the middle of nowhere. The sun was higher now, beating down, but I felt cold, like I'd stepped into a shadow. That's when I remembered the pocket knife I always carry. It's a small one, just for emergencies. But I fumbled for it in my pocket, my hands shaking. The dog took a step closer, and I could see its muscles tensing, like it was about to pounce. I didn't think, I just acted. I lunged forward and swiped with the knife, not aiming to kill, just to scare it off. The blade caught its side, and it let out this horrible yelp that didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. It was more like a human scream, high-pitched and full of pain. The dog stumbled back, and for a second its eyes seemed to change. They looked almost human, filled with anger and something else, like recognition. Then it turned and ran into the bushes, disappearing so fast it was like it vanished into thin air. I stood there panting, my heart pounding in my ears. I looked down at the knife. There was a smear of blood on the blade, dark and thick. My legs felt weak, and I had to sit down on a rock to steady myself. I stayed there for what felt like ages, just trying to process what had happened. The air around me felt heavy, and the usual sounds of birds and insects were gone, replaced by an eerie silence. I kept expecting the dog to come back, but it didn't. After a while, I got up and started walking back toward town, my mind racing. I kept telling myself it was just a dog, that I'd overreacted, but that scream kept echoing in my head. By the time I reached the edge of town, the sun was starting to dip lower, casting long shadows that made everything look distorted. I felt dirty and shaken, so I decided to stop at the local tienda, a small store run by an older guy I'd met a couple of times. I needed to buy some water and maybe just be around people for a bit. The store is this cramped space with shelves packed with canned goods and snacks, and it always smells like dust and old wood. I walked in, and the bell above the door jingled. The store owner was behind the counter, wiping it down with a rag. He looked up and smiled when he saw me, but then his expression shifted. He was a friendly guy, usually chatty, but today he seemed distracted. As I approached the counter, I noticed he was moving stiffly, like he was in pain. Then I saw it. On his forearm, just below the sleeve of his shirt, there was a fresh cut. It wasn't big, but it was red and angry-looking with a bandage loosely wrapped around it. My blood ran cold. The cut was in the same spot where I'd stabbed the dog, or whatever it was. I could feel my stomach clench, and for a second I thought I might throw up. I tried to act normal, grabbing a bottle of water from the cooler and setting it on the counter. "How's it going?" I asked, my voice coming out shaky. He looked at me and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Fine, fine," he said. But he didn't sound fine. He rang up the water, and as he handed me my change, I saw him wince when he moved his arm. "Hurt myself earlier," he muttered, almost to himself. "Don't even know how it happened." I couldn't speak. I just nodded, took my water, and hurried out of the store. Outside, the street was empty, and the evening light made everything look surreal, like I was in a dream. I walked back to the house in a daze, my mind reeling. Was it a coincidence? Had I just imagined the connection? But the timing was too perfect. The dog, the stab, the cut on his arm. It felt like something out of my grandfather's stories, and suddenly all those tales about narwhals didn't seem so far-fetched. When I got back, my aunt was cooking dinner, and the smell of chili and onions filled the house. I tried to act normal, but I must have looked pale because she asked if I was feeling okay. I just shrugged and said I was tired from the walk. I went to my room and sat on the bed, staring at the wall. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I ate dinner without tasting anything, made small talk, but all I could think about was the store owner and that dog. Later that night, I lay in bed, unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those human-like eyes staring back at me. I thought about my grandfather's other story, the one about the pot of coal that turned out to be gold, and how he threw it away without realizing. It made me wonder if I'd missed something too, if there was more to what happened that day. But the fear was too real, too raw. I don't know what to make of it all. Part of me wants to believe it was just a weird series of events, but another part can't shake the feeling that I stumbled into something ancient and dangerous. I haven't gone back to that store since, and I avoid the hills now. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I still hear that scream in my head, and I get chills all over again. I guess I'll never really know what happened, but one thing's for sure, I'll never doubt my grandfather's stories again. Story 14. I was halfway through some stupid meme thread when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, right beside my side of the bed, a shape. It was tall, about my boyfriend's height, which is just over 6 feet. It was just standing there. My first stupid thought wasn't even fear, it was just confusion. Like, why is he standing there in the dark? I remember my eyes flicking from my phone screen to the shape and back, my brain trying to process it. It was just a darker patch in the already dark room, no details. But the outline was human, tall, shoulders, a head. I didn't say anything. I just reached out my left hand, the one not holding the phone, expecting to feel his t-shirt or his arm. I stretched my fingers out into the empty space beside the bed. There was nothing there. My hand just waved through cold air, and the second my fingers passed through the space where the shape was, it was gone. Not like it faded, but like my brain just registered that the space was empty. The darkness looked normal again. My heart, which had been ticking along normally, suddenly kicked into a faster rhythm, thump, thump, thump against my ribs. I felt a cold little trickle of sweat slide down my back, even though I wasn't hot. I lowered my hand back onto the blanket and just stared into the dark where the shape had been. I was trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. Too much screen time, tired eyes playing tricks. That's what you tell yourself, right? You rationalize. I took a deep breath and looked over at my boyfriend. He was still completely out, dead to the world. The sound of his breathing was suddenly really loud in my ears. That's when I felt the first touch. It was on my right ankle, the one farthest from my boyfriend, near the edge of the bed. It was so light, just a gentle pressure, like someone had tapped me with a single finger. Not a grab, not a cold hand, just a tap, as if to get my attention. My whole body went rigid. I stopped breathing. I was frozen, staring up at the ceiling, my phone forgotten in my hand, its light casting weird shadows on the wall. I didn't move. I couldn't. My mind was screaming, but my body was a statue. I just lay there, waiting, every nerve ending in my skin, feeling like it was on fire. A few seconds passed, maybe 10. The only sound was my boyfriend's breathing and the frantic pounding of my own heart in my ears. Then it happened again. This time, it wasn't a tap. It was a hand. I felt it through the blanket, a definite, solid pressure that started on my shin, just below my knee, and then it dragged itself slowly up my leg. It moved with purpose. It wasn't a brush. It wasn't the blanket snagging. It was the unmistakable sensation of fingers and a palm pressing down and sliding upwards over the fabric of the comforter, from my shin to my thigh. It was slow, deliberate. That's when the paralysis broke. A jolt of pure, undiluted terror shot through me like electricity. I didn't think. I just screamed and scrambled backwards so violently that I almost fell off the other side of the bed. I was gasping, my chest heaving. I fumbled for the lamp on my nightstand, my hands shaking so bad I knocked my phone to the floor. The click of the lamp switch was deafening, and then the room was flooded with this harsh yellow light. My boyfriend jolted awake, disoriented. "What? What is it?" he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. I was pointing a trembling finger at the foot of the bed, at my side. There was something there. Something touched me. My voice was a high-pitched, panicked shriek. I was crying without even realizing it, hot tears streaming down my face. He sat up, blinking. "What are you talking about? A bug? Was it a bug?" He started pulling the blankets back, looking for a spider or something. No! A hand. It was a hand on my leg. I was hugging my knees to my chest, rocking back and forth. The feeling of those fingers dragging up my skin was still there, imprinted on my nerves. I could still feel the ghost of the pressure. He looked at me, his face a mix of concern and confusion. He's a practical guy. Doesn't believe in any of this stuff. "You were probably having a dream. A hypnagogic jerk or something." "It wasn't a dream. I was awake. I was on my phone." I was so frustrated and terrified. My whole body was trembling. I felt like I was going to be sick. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Okay, just calm down. I'll check the room." He got out of bed, his bare feet padding on the wooden floor. He looked under the bed, he checked the closet, he even peered behind the curtains. "There's nothing here, babe. See? Nothing." I just shook my head, unable to form words. The logical part of my brain knew he was right. There was nothing physical in the room, but every other part of me knew, with a certainty that felt like a rock in my gut, that something had been there, something had touched me. That's when we heard the scream. It came from outside, cutting through the night so sharply it made both of us freeze. It was a woman's voice, raw, with pure terror. It wasn't a shout for fun. It wasn't an argument. It was the kind of scream that claws its way out of your throat when you are truly, utterly terrified. "Please, help!" The words were clear as day, followed by a choked sob. Then, "He's here! He's—" And then it just stopped, not faded away, not was muffled. It was cut off, like a switch had been flipped. The silence that followed was heavier and more frightening than the scream itself. It was absolute. No crickets, no distant traffic, nothing. Just this thick, suffocating silence. My boyfriend and I stared at each other, our eyes wide. The confusion on his face was gone, replaced by a sharp, focused alarm. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. I was already scrambling off the bed, my legs feeling like jelly. "Call the police," I stammered, my voice trembling. "Call them now." He didn't argue this time. He grabbed his phone from his nightstand while I stood in the middle of the room, wrapping my arms around myself, listening so hard my ears started to ring. But there was nothing. No more screams, no footsteps, no car doors slamming, nothing. He was talking to the 911 operator, his voice low and urgent. "Yeah, we heard a woman screaming outside our apartment on Oak Street. It sounded like she was in serious trouble. It just stopped. Yes, we'll stay on the line." The next 10 minutes felt like an hour. We didn't move from the spot. We just stood there in the middle of our bedroom, under the harsh light of the lamp, waiting. The feeling of being watched was so intense, it was like a physical weight on my skin. I kept glancing at the foot of the bed, at the space where the shape had been, where the hand had touched me. It felt connected. This thing in our room and that scream outside, they were part of the same awful moment. Finally, we saw the flashing blue and red lights painting our walls through the blinds. We went to the window and looked down. 2 police cars were parked on the street below. Officers with flashlights were walking around, the beams cutting through the darkness, sweeping across front lawns and the sidewalk. My boyfriend went downstairs to talk to them while I stayed by the window, watching. I saw him talking to an officer, pointing. I saw the officers shine their lights into the bushes near our building, behind the dumpster in the alley. They walked up and down the street for what felt like a long time. When he came back up, his face was grim. "They didn't find anything," he said, his voice flat. "No one, no signs of a struggle, nothing." "Did you tell them about what happened in here?" I asked, my voice small. He gave me a look, a patient but firm look. I told them we heard a scream. That's what they needed to know. I knew what he meant. He didn't tell them about the shape or the hand, because how could he? It sounded insane. It sounds insane now, typing this out, but in that moment, the 2 events were tied together in my head with a knot of pure dread. The police left. The street went dark again. We went back to bed, but neither of us slept. He held me, and I could feel that he was just as tense as I was. We left the lamp on. The room was too bright, but the darkness felt like a threat. I stared at the ceiling for hours, my mind replaying it over and over. The dark shape, the empty space my hand found, the light tap on my ankle, the slow, deliberate drag of a hand up my leg, the raw terror in that woman's voice, the silence that swallowed it. The sun eventually came up and the world looked normal again, but something in me had shifted. The fear didn't go away with the daylight, it just burrowed deeper, becoming a permanent resident under my skin. It's been a few weeks now. I still sleep with the lights on. I can't bring myself to turn them off. The dark feels active. My boyfriend tries to be understanding, but I can tell he thinks it was just a bad nightmare, a sleep paralysis episode followed by a creepy coincidence. He doesn't feel the lingering wrongness in the apartment. I do. It's in the air, a static charge of fear that never quite dissipates. And now I have to drive to my sister's place this weekend. It's a 5-hour drive, mostly through long, empty stretches of highway at night, because that's the only time I can get off work. The thought of being alone in my car, in the dark, with just the headlights cutting a path through the nothingness, it makes my stomach clench into a cold, hard ball. Every shadow in the rearview mirror will be that shape. Every rustle of my jacket will feel like that hand. Every time the road is empty and silent, I'll be listening for a scream that got cut off. I keep thinking about that woman. Who was she? What was she running from? Who was he? The police report said it was likely a domestic dispute, and the parties left the area. Case closed. But I heard her voice. I heard the absolute final terror in it, and I know, in a way I can't prove or explain, that what was in my room that night and what was outside my window were the same thing. And the thought of being alone on a dark road with that same nothingness all around me is the most terrifying thing I have ever had to face. Story 15. It was a small, one-story place, a real fixer-upper my folks got for a song. The kind of house you buy because it's cheap, and you tell yourself the weird vibe is just because it's old and needs some love. We knew a boy had died there years before we moved in. The real estate agent mentioned it in that offhand, trying not to scare you off way they do. A childhood illness, she said. It happened in the back bedroom. We didn't think much of it at the time. I mean, people die in houses all the time, right? It's just part of life, or death, I guess. But that back room, you felt it the second you walked in. It wasn't just a normal room. It felt heavy, like the air itself was thicker and harder to breathe. And it was always cold. I don't mean a little drafty. I mean a deep, sink into your bones kind of cold that the furnace just couldn't touch. We ended up using it as a storage room because nobody ever wanted to be in there for more than a minute. Just grabbing the Christmas decorations or an old box of books felt like a chore. You'd get this overwhelming urge to get out, to just leave and shut the door behind you. My bedroom was right across the hall from it. I spent most of my time in there, especially at night with my gaming setup. It was my little fortress of solitude. Or it was supposed to be. The main thing, the thing that really started it all, happened on a Tuesday night. I remember it was a Tuesday because I had a midterm the next morning I was dreading, and I was using gaming to procrastinate, the way you do. It was late, probably pushing 1 in the morning. The house was dead quiet, just the hum of my computer and the click-clack of my keyboard. I had my headset on, totally lost in the game, the real world just a distant blur. Then, in the periphery of my vision, something moved. I jerked my head to the left, toward my open bedroom door. The hallway outside was pitch black, and the door to the back room, the heavy, cold one, was closed. It was always closed. We made a point of keeping it closed. As I watched, it began to open. It didn't swing open fast or slow in a dramatic way. It was deliberate. A smooth, silent, continuous movement, like an invisible hand was pushing it with steady, patient pressure. There was no creak. That old door should have screamed on its hinges, but it didn't make a sound. It just swung inward into that pool of absolute darkness until it was wide open. I froze. My fingers were still on the keyboard, my character on screen probably getting shot to bits. I couldn't move. I just stared at that black rectangle of a doorway. My heart wasn't pounding. It felt like it had just stopped entirely, a cold stone in my chest. I remember my mouth went completely dry. I tore my headset off, the game sounds cutting out abruptly, leaving a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight on my eardrums. I stared into that darkness for what felt like an hour, my brain screaming at me to get up and shut the door, to run, to do something, but I was paralyzed. There was nothing to see, just blackness. But it felt like the blackness was looking back at me. That heavy, cold feeling from the room was now spilling out into the hallway, reaching towards my bedroom. Finally, after what was probably only 30 seconds, I managed to lunge out of my chair and slam my door shut. I didn't even look down the hall. I just fumbled for the knob, yanked it closed and stood there, my forehead pressed against the cool wood, listening. My whole body was trembling. I heard nothing, no footsteps, no whispers, just the frantic thumping of my own heart, finally kicking back into gear. I told myself it was the house settling. A draft. Anything logical. I was so tired. My eyes were playing tricks on me. I almost managed to believe it. The next day, when my dad got home from work, I told him about it. He's a practical guy, an engineer. He laughed it off at first, but I must have looked pretty spooked because he agreed to do a test with me. We went to the back room. The cold hit us like a wall, same as always. We both stood in the doorway for a second, not saying anything. Then my dad reached out and pushed the door closed. It was a solid, heavy door. He made a show of it, putting his shoulder into it and making sure the latch clicked firmly into place. We both heard it, a solid metallic thunk. "See," he said, "it's shut. It can't just open on its own. The latch is too strong for a draft." We stood there in the hall for a minute, just watching it. Nothing happened. I started to feel a little stupid. Of course, it was just my imagination. We walked away down the hall to the kitchen to get a drink. We were gone for maybe 3 minutes, talking about something else entirely, the game last night or what was for dinner. When we walked back into the hallway, the door was open, not just slightly ajar, wide open, exactly as it had been the night before. My dad stopped dead in his tracks. The casual smile vanished from his face. He looked from the open door to me and back to the door. He didn't say a word. He just walked over, examined the latch, ran his hand over the door frame. There were no marks, no signs of forcing. The latch mechanism was fine. "That's odd," was all he said. But his tone was different. The practical everything has an explanation tone was gone. It was replaced by a quiet, uneasy confusion. We never spoke about it again after that. There was nothing to say. We had both witnessed something that shouldn't be possible, and acknowledging it out loud felt dangerous, like it would give it more power. Life went on, but the house never felt the same after that. The unease was always there, humming under the surface. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked, which I'd never done before. I'd find myself pausing my game every so often, just to glance at my door, making sure it was still shut. Then came the worst night. It was a few weeks after the door incident. I was in bed trying to fall asleep. The house was its usual quiet self. I was just on the edge of sleep, that fuzzy place where thoughts drift, when I heard a sound from my closet. It was the hangers, the metal ones. They weren't clanging together wildly. It was a soft, rhythmic chink, chink, chink sound, like someone was gently brushing their fingers over them, one after another. My eyes snapped open in the dark. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing, listening. The sound stopped, and then I heard the footsteps. They started from the direction of the closet, on the old hardwood floor. They weren't heavy, stomping footsteps. They were light, almost hesitant. A soft creak. Pause. Creak. They were walking slowly, deliberately across my room towards my bed. My blood ran cold. It was a physical sensation, like ice water being poured down my back. Every hair on my arms and neck stood up. This was it. This was real. There was someone or something in my room. It was walking towards me, and I was lying there helpless in the dark. My mind just shut down. The only thought that screamed through the panic was a single desperate command: pretend you're asleep. I squeezed my eyes shut so tight I saw spots. I tried to make my breathing deep and even, but my heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I was sure whatever it was could hear it. I could feel the presence getting closer. The air around me grew colder. The footsteps stopped right beside my bed. I could feel it standing there. I didn't open my eyes. I couldn't. I just lay there, frozen in terror, feeling a space beside me where there should have been nothing but empty air. I waited. I don't know how long. A minute, 10 minutes. Time lost all meaning. There was just the darkness behind my eyelids and the crushing, silent weight of that presence. Nothing happened. It didn't touch me. It didn't make a sound. It just stood there, and then, as slowly as it had come, I felt it leave. The coldness receded. I didn't hear footsteps walking away. The presence was just gone. I must have passed out from the fear or exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through my window. I was still in the exact same position, curled up in a ball, my muscles aching from being so tense all night. And my face was wet. I was crying in my sleep. I woke up with tears still streaming down my cheeks, my pillow soaked. I've never felt relief like I did in that moment seeing the sun, but it was a hollow, shaky relief. I felt violated. Something had been in my space, had watched me while I was at my most vulnerable, and I had been utterly powerless. We never talked about that night. How do you even start that conversation? Hey, Dad, I think a ghost watched me sleep last night. No, I kept it to myself. The house just got heavier and heavier to live in. The decision to move wasn't because of any one thing. It was just a collective, unspoken agreement that we needed to get out. The air in that place was just too thick with something. Memory, maybe? Sadness. We never felt in danger, not in a "it's going to hurt us" way. It was more like a deep, persistent unease, a feeling of being a guest in someone else's home who didn't want you there. Like the boy, his spirit just wanted to be seen, to be acknowledged, and our presence was an irritation. The day we moved out is burned into my memory. The house was empty, just echoing boxes and bare walls. It looked so different, so small and sad without our stuff in it. I was doing a final walkthrough, making sure we hadn't left anything behind in my room. I remember standing in the empty doorway, looking at the faint outlines on the carpet where my bed and desk had been. A part of me felt sad to be leaving, which was crazy, but it had been my home. Another, bigger part of me couldn't wait to get the hell out. I took one last look, then turned and walked down the hall toward the front door where my parents were waiting. I was the last one out. As I reached the door, my hand on the knob, I heard a sound from deep within the house. It was a sharp, metallic click. I knew that sound. It was the deadbolt on the back door, the one in the kitchen that led to the yard. It was a heavy, old-fashioned bolt you had to physically slide across. We never used it. We just locked the doorknob itself for the new owners. That click was the sound of that deadbolt sliding shut, by itself, in an empty house. I didn't go back to check. I didn't need to. I just yanked the front door open, stepped outside into the bright, normal sunlight, and pulled it closed behind me. I never looked back. We drove away, and I've never been back to that street. I still don't know what to make of it all. I don't feel like I was haunted or hunted. It was just there. A residual feeling, a presence that was stuck. I think about that boy sometimes. I wonder if he was just lonely, if he was just trying to get someone to notice he was still there. I never felt hate from him, just a profound, deep sadness that filled that whole little house. But the fear was real. The door opening on its own, the footsteps by my bed, that stuff stays with you. It changes you. You learn that the world is a lot stranger and a lot less solid than you thought it was. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed in my new, quiet, normal house and I hear a floorboard creak, I still freeze for a second, my heart seizing up, and I have to remind myself to breathe. Story 16. I grew up in the Woodlands, Texas, in this big 2-story house my parents bought in the 90s. It's one of those houses that looks perfect from the street, all red brick and manicured bushes, but it has this one feature that always gave me a weird feeling. The attic access is in the ceiling of the upstairs hallway. It's just a square of white painted wood with a little pull chain hanging down. That chain has been the source of every bad feeling I've ever had in that house. The first time I remember something being wrong, I was maybe 7 or 8 years old. It was a humid summer afternoon, the kind where the air feels like a wet blanket, and I was playing hide and seek with my older brother. My heart was pounding, the good kind of pounding, as I squeezed myself into what I thought was the best hiding spot ever, the linen closet at the end of the upstairs hall. I pulled the door shut until it was open just a crack, my cheek pressed against a stack of stiff, clean towels, and I waited. The house was quiet, too quiet. I could hear the faint hum of the air conditioner and the distant sound of a lawnmower somewhere down the street. Then I heard my brother's footsteps thumping around downstairs, and I held my breath, trying not to giggle. That's when I heard the other sound. It came from directly above me, a low, rumbling growl. It wasn't an animal growl, not like a dog or a cat. It was deeper, thicker, like gravel being slowly ground together in a metal drum. It vibrated through the ceiling, a sound you could feel in your teeth. I froze. My whole body went cold, the kind of cold that has nothing to do with the air conditioning. The sound lasted for maybe 3 seconds, and then it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. It was a listening silence. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just stood there in the dark closet, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break them. I waited for my brother to find me, for the game to be over, for any kind of normal sound to come back. When he finally yanked the closet door open, shouting, "Found you!" I practically fell out onto the carpet. I was crying, real, terrified tears. He just laughed and said I was a baby, that it was probably just the house settling or the AC unit on the roof. I tried to believe him. For years, I told myself that's all it was, but I never, ever hid in that linen closet again. Life went on. I went to college at Texas A&M, got a degree, and started a job in Houston. But when the pandemic hit, my company went fully remote and my lease was up. My parents offered to let me move back into my old room to save some money. It made sense. I was 25, it was temporary, and honestly, a part of me had missed that big familiar house. The first few weeks were fine, great even. It was nice being with my parents, and my old room felt comforting, but the attic chain was still there. A little brass hook screwed into the hallway wall next to the opening where you could loop the chain to keep the door shut. My mom always looped it, just in case, she'd say with a little shrug. I started doing it too without even thinking about it. My fingers would hook that cold metal chain over the brass hook every time I walked past it, a superstitious little ritual I didn't even realize I'd adopted. Then, about a month after I moved back, it happened. I'd had a nightmare. A bad one. I was back in that linen closet, but I was my current age, and the growl wasn't just above me. It was all around me, suffocating me. I woke up gasping, my t-shirt stuck to my back with sweat. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed red, 3:17 in the morning. The house was dead quiet, the kind of quiet that only exists in the deepest part of the night. My heart was still racing from the dream, and my mouth was dry. I needed water. I swung my legs out of bed, the wooden floor cool under my bare feet, and padded out into the dark hallway, heading for the staircase that led down to the kitchen. I didn't even look at the attic door at first. I was just focused on getting downstairs, on the cold water from the fridge dispenser. But as I passed it, something in my peripheral vision snagged my attention. A wrong shape. I stopped and turned my head. The attic chain was off the hook. It was just hanging there, straight down, the little metal pull ring swaying almost imperceptibly. The white-painted door was shut, but the chain, which I had personally looped over that hook before going to bed, was down. A jolt of pure, cold adrenaline shot through me. It was like being doused in ice water. My breath caught in my throat. I stood there, frozen in the middle of the hallway, staring at that dangling chain. My brain started scrambling for a logical explanation. The hook came loose. The chain slipped off. A draft. But there was no draft. The house was still, and that hook had been in the wall for 20 years. It wasn't going anywhere. I couldn't move. I couldn't go downstairs. I couldn't go back to my room. I just stood there, my eyes locked on that chain, listening. The house was silent, but it was the same listening silence from my childhood. I felt like something was in the attic, holding its breath, waiting to see what I would do. I have no idea how long I stood there. It could have been 10 seconds or 5 minutes. Finally, with an effort that felt physical, I forced myself to take a step forward. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers brushing the cold metal of the chain. I flinched, half expecting it to be hot, or to feel something on the other side of the door pull back. It was just cold, inert metal. I quickly looped it back over the hook, my movements jerky and rushed. The moment it was secure, I turned and practically ran back to my room, shutting the door and leaning against it, my heart pounding like a drum in my ears. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat on my bed, watching the strip of light under my door, waiting for a shadow to cross it. The next morning I was a wreck. I stumbled downstairs, my eyes gritty from lack of sleep. My mom was in the kitchen making coffee. Our dog, a sweet, dopey golden retriever named Sam, was lying on his bed in the corner. "Rough night?" my mom asked, taking in my pale face. I didn't know how to say it. Did you go into the attic last night?" I asked, my voice hoarse. She looked at me, confused. "No, why would I? Is everything okay?" I just shook my head and poured a coffee, my hands shaking so badly I sloshed some onto the counter. I decided to tell her. I told her about the nightmare and waking up and seeing the chain off the hook. She listened, her face softening into a gentle, knowing look. "Oh, honey," she said, patting my arm. "That's just Henry." I stared at her. "Henry?" "The friendly ghost," she said, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "I've always thought there was a nice presence in this house. Sometimes doors close by themselves, or I'll find a picture frame tilted. It's just Henry saying hello. He must have been playing a little trick on you." I was speechless. A friendly ghost? It didn't feel friendly. The growl from my childhood didn't feel friendly. The dangling chain at 3 a.m. didn't feel like a hello. As if on cue, Sam, who had been sleeping peacefully, lifted his head. His ears pricked up, and he stared intently at the empty staircase leading up to the second floor. He let out a low, uncertain whine, his tail giving a single, hesitant thump against the floor. Then he put his head back down with a sigh. "See?" my mom said, smiling. "Sam sees him too. He's harmless." But the way Sam had stared wasn't a happy look. It was the same alert, cautious look he got when a strange dog was walking past the fence outside. It was a look of assessment, of mild unease. That's when the memories started flooding back. Things I had buried or explained away for years. The picture frame. It happened during my sophomore year of college, in my apartment off campus. It was a framed photo of my family, taken in front of this very house. I'd woken up to a loud crash from my desk. The digital clock had read 3:04 in the morning. The glass in the frame had shattered, spraying tiny shards all over my textbooks. The frame itself was heavy, solid wood. There was no earthquake, my desk wasn't wobbly, and my roommate was out of town. I'd cleaned it up, chalking it up to some weird physics I didn't understand, and tried to forget about it, and then there was the cat. I'd never had a cat. My roommate was allergic. This was the summer after the picture frame incident. I woke up one night feeling like I was being watched. The room was dark, but there was enough light from the street lamp outside to see shapes. I rolled over in bed, and there, underneath my bed, were 2 glowing green eyes. They were low to the ground, unmoving, just staring at me from the darkness under the bed frame. My blood ran cold. I fumbled for the lamp on my nightstand, my fingers clumsy with fear, and clicked it on. The light flooded the room. There was nothing there, no cat, no glowing eyes, nothing, just the dust bunnies and a stray sock under my bed. I got down on my hands and knees and looked, my heart thumping. Nothing. The window was closed and locked. The door to my room was shut. I lay awake for hours, trying to convince myself it had been a trick of the light, a waking dream. But I knew what I saw. 2 perfectly round, luminous green eyes, staring with an unnerving intensity, sitting at the kitchen table, the warmth of the coffee mug doing nothing to dispel the chill in my bones. I connected the dots. The growl in the Woodlands house. The fallen picture frame at 3 a.m. in college. The black cat under my bed. And now, back in this house, the attic chain. It wasn't a friendly ghost in this house. My mom was wrong. This wasn't about a location. This was about me. The thought was so terrifying, so isolating, that it made me feel nauseous. Was something attached to me? Had it followed me to college? Had it come back with me? The rest of that day was agony. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan from the pipes made me jump. I tried to work, but I couldn't focus. My eyes kept drifting toward my bedroom door, half expecting to see the doorknob turning on its own. I felt like I was being watched, a constant prickling sensation on the back of my neck. As evening fell, the dread inside me grew heavier. I didn't want to go upstairs. I didn't want to go to bed. I lingered downstairs with my parents, watching TV but not registering anything on the screen. When I finally trudged up to my room, every step felt like a betrayal. I paused in the hallway, my eyes going straight to the attic chain. It was still looped securely over the hook. It offered me no comfort. I got ready for bed in a haze of fear, my movements slow and deliberate. I checked under the bed. I checked the closet. I locked my bedroom door, a pointless gesture that made me feel a tiny bit better. I climbed into bed and turned off the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the house. The refrigerator hummed downstairs. A car drove by outside. The central air kicked on with a quiet rumble. Every normal sound was a potential mask for something else. Then I heard it. It wasn't a growl. It wasn't a crash. It was a faint, scraping sound. Scrape, pause, scrape. It was coming from the other side of my bedroom door. From the hallway, my body went rigid. I stopped breathing. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the sound. It was soft, deliberate, like something was being dragged very slowly across the wooden floorboards of the hall. Scrape, pause, scrape. It was moving from the direction of the staircase, past my parents' room, and towards my door. I could feel the blood draining from my face. My hands were clenched into fists so tight, my nails were digging into my palms. The scraping stopped right outside my door. The silence returned, that heavy, waiting silence. I could feel a presence on the other side of the wood. A coldness seemed to be seeping through the crack under the door. I was shaking uncontrollably, my teeth chattering even though I wasn't cold. Then a new sound. A very soft metallic jingle. I knew that sound. It was the attic chain. The little metal rings of the chain brushing against each other. It was right outside my door. The thing that had unhooked the chain, the thing that had growled, the thing with the glowing green eyes. It was standing in my hallway, holding the chain, and it was right outside my door. The jingling stopped. There was one final, soft thump against the bottom of my door, as if the pull ring had been dropped against it. And then, nothing. The presence was gone. The coldness receded. The house sound slowly filtered back in, but I didn't move. I couldn't. I stayed like that, curled in a ball, staring at the strip of darkness under my door, until the sky outside my window began to turn from black to deep blue, signaling the approach of dawn. I never saw what it was. I never heard its voice. But I know it knows I'm here. I know it's not in the attic. I know it's not a friendly ghost named Henry. It's something else. And I have this sick, certain feeling in the pit of my stomach that it's been with me for a very, very long time. And I don't know how to make it leave. Story 17. This one day, though, I remember it was a Tuesday because I had off work and my fiancée was at her office. Everything came to a head. I woke up around 7 in the morning, and the first thing I noticed was how cold the room was. Not just chilly, but that deep, damp cold that seeps into your bones. We'd been dealing with this for weeks, but that morning it was worse. I rolled over and saw the bedroom door was open just a crack, maybe an inch or two. I always close it all the way before bed. But it's an old house, and sometimes it drifts open. Still, every time I saw that crack, I'd get this prickling on the back of my neck like someone was watching me through it. I'd try to ignore it, tell myself it was just the house settling or my imagination, but that feeling was so real. It was a heavy, sick feeling in my stomach, like when you know you're being followed, but you don't want to look back. I got out of bed and went to the kitchen to make coffee. Our dog, a little terrier mix named Buddy, was acting weird. He usually follows me everywhere, wagging his tail, But that morning he stayed curled up on the couch, whining softly. I called him, but he just looked at me with these big, scared eyes and didn't move. That's when I started to feel really on edge. Buddy's not a nervous dog. He's usually bouncing off the walls, so for him to be like that made my skin crawl. I poured my coffee and tried to shake it off, thinking maybe I was just tired or stressed from the move. The house is 2 stories, with our bedroom upstairs and the bathroom down the hall. The hallway is long and narrow, with old wallpaper that's peeling in places, and at the end there's a window that lets in this dim light, even during the day. That morning the light was grey and weak, like it was struggling to get through. I decided to do some cleaning to distract myself. I started in the living room, dusting and vacuuming. But every time I passed the hallway, I'd glance down it and feel that watchful feeling again. It was stupid, I know, but I couldn't help it. My heart would beat a little faster, and I'd hurry back to whatever I was doing. Around noon, I went down to the basement to grab some boxes we hadn't unpacked. The basement is one of those old, unfinished ones. Concrete floors, exposed pipes, and it always smells like damp earth and mildew. The stairs are steep and creaky, and I hate going down there alone. That day, as I was coming back up, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye near the top of the stairs. I froze, my hand gripping the railing so tight my knuckles turned white. It was nothing, probably just a shadow from the light bulb swinging. But for a second, I thought I saw something small and dark dart away. My breath hitched, and I rushed upstairs, slamming the basement door behind me. I stood there for a minute, leaning against the door, trying to calm down. My chest felt tight, and I could hear my pulse thumping in my ears. The rest of the afternoon dragged on. I tried to watch TV, but I kept pausing it to listen for noises. Every creak of the floorboards or rustle from outside made me jump. Buddy stayed on the couch, occasionally lifting his head to stare down the hallway toward the bathroom. He'd growl low in his throat, then put his head back down. That really freaked me out because he never growls at nothing. I texted my fiancée just normal stuff like, "How's work?" But I didn't mention any of this. She's more sensitive to this kind of thing than I am, and the few times I tried to bring it up, she'd get quiet and change the subject. She once said she felt something too, but she didn't want to talk about it, like saying it out loud would make it real. As evening rolled in, the sky outside turned this deep purple, and the house got darker faster than usual. I turned on all the lights, but they didn't seem to help much. The shadows felt thicker, almost solid in places. Around 8 o'clock, I needed to use the bathroom. Now this is where it always got bad for me. The bathroom is down that hallway, past the bedroom door, and every time I walked there at night, I'd feel this intense dread. That night, it was worse than ever. I stood at the end of the hallway, just staring into the darkness. The bathroom door was open, and the nightlight inside cast a weak glow, but it didn't reach far. My mouth was dry, and I could feel sweat beading on my forehead. I took a deep breath and started walking, my footsteps echoing way too loud in the quiet. Halfway down the hall, I saw it. Past the doorway to the bathroom, there was this shadow figure. It was about 4 feet tall, shaped like a child, but it was just a black mass. No face, no features, nothing. It was darker than the shadows around it, like a hole in the world. I stopped dead in my tracks, my whole body going cold. Chills shot down my spine, and for a second, I couldn't breathe. It was just standing there, not moving, but I could feel its presence. It wasn't just a shadow. It felt menacing, like it was staring right at me with some kind of hatred or anger. My legs felt like jelly, and I thought I might pass out. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe a few seconds, maybe a minute, but it felt like forever. Then, slowly, it seemed to fade, like smoke dissolving into the air. One moment it was there, the next it was gone. I stumbled back to the living room, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I collapsed onto the couch, trembling all over. Buddy was whining again, pressed up against my leg. I reached down to pet him, and my hand was shaking so bad I could barely control it. That's when I knew I had to do something. We'd tried crucifixes, my fiance's idea, and we even saged the house a couple of weeks ago, but it didn't help. If anything, it felt like it made things worse, like we were pissing it off. I needed to find out what this thing was or where it came from. I remembered the basement. We hadn't really explored it fully since we moved in because it gave us the creeps. But that night, I felt desperate. I grabbed a flashlight and went back down, my hands still shaky. The basement was even colder now, and the air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I started poking around in the corners, behind stacks of boxes, and under the stairs. The stairs are these old wooden ones, with a space underneath that's all cobwebby and dark. I shined the light under there, and I saw something tucked way in the back. A dusty, old photo album. I had to crawl partway under to reach it, and the whole time I felt like something was watching me from the shadows. My back was tingling, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. When I pulled the album out, it was covered in grime and smelled musty. I brought it upstairs and wiped it off on the kitchen table. My fiancé wasn't home yet, so I was alone, but I didn't care. I opened it, and inside were photos from the 1970s. There was a couple, a man and a woman, and 2 girls and a boy. The kids looked happy in some pictures, but in others, their eyes seemed empty, especially the boy. He was about the same height as the shadow I'd seen, and something about him made my skin crawl. There were notes on the back of some photos, things like family picnic or Johnny's birthday, but nothing that explained why this album was hidden under the stairs. Looking at those pictures, I felt a wave of sadness and fear. It was like this family had lived here once, and something bad had happened. I didn't know what, but I knew I didn't want that album in the house anymore. It felt wrong, like it was connected to whatever was haunting us. I took it outside to the trash bin in the backyard. It was dark out, and the night air was cool, but I still felt that oppressive weight. I threw the album in and slammed the lid shut, like I was getting rid of something toxic. When I went back inside, the house felt different, lighter somehow. The air wasn't as thick, and that constant feeling of being watched was gone. I walked down the hallway to the bathroom, and for the first time in weeks, I didn't feel any dread. No chills, no shadow figure. Buddy followed me, his tail wagging a little, like he sensed the change too. When my fiancée got home later, I told her what I'd done, and she just hugged me tight. We didn't talk much about it, but I could see the relief in her eyes. That was it. The shadow never came back, and the uneasy feeling stopped. I still don't know what that thing was, or why it was tied to that photo album. Maybe it was the boy or something else entirely, but I hope it's moved on for good. Sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I'll catch myself looking down the hallway, half expecting to see it again, but it's never there. And that's the scariest part, not knowing why it happened or if it could come back. I just try to put it out of my mind, but some nights I still wake up sweating, remembering that black mass standing in the dark. Story 18. The plan for the day was to cover a good stretch of water, and we all knew the big challenge was coming up, the Lowry Bridge. Everyone who's canoed this river talks about it. It's an old railroad bridge, and when the water's high like this, the clearance between the bottom of the bridge and the surface of the river gets tight, real tight. You can't just paddle under it. You have to get down, lie flat on the bottom of the canoe, and let the current shoot you through. It's a maneuver that gets your heart pounding even on a good day. As we got closer, the roar of the river seemed to get louder, concentrating under the dark iron of the bridge. The water was moving so fast, it created its own wind, a cold, damp mist that coated your face and arms. I shouted back to the other canoes, going over the drill one more time. When I give the signal, you get down. All the way down, no sitting up to peak, just flat like a pancake. Let the canoe do the work. My own canoe was a beat-up old thing, but it was tough. I could feel the current grabbing it, pulling us toward the bridge like a magnet. The opening looked like a dark, hungry mouth. The water was smacking against the stone supports, throwing spray high into the air. I took a deep breath, the cold air stinging my lungs, and yelled, "Now! Get down!" I dropped my paddle into the canoe and laid myself out, my chest and stomach pressed against the cool, damp aluminum. The world instantly shrank to the few inches in front of my face. I could smell the wet metal, the faint, fishy scent of the river. The noise was the worst part. Under the bridge, the roar became a deafening, enclosed thunder. It was dark, so dark after the morning sun, and freezing cold water sloshed over the sides, soaking my shirt and jeans instantly. I could feel the canoe vibrating, shimmying, as the current tossed it around. My knuckles were white where I was gripping the ribs of the canoe, my whole body tensed, waiting for the horrible grinding sound of the canoe scraping against the bridge above us. I held my breath without even meaning to. It felt like a long time, but it was probably only 10-15 seconds. Then, just like that, we were spat out the other side into the light again. I pushed myself up, gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs like it wanted out. I was dripping wet and shivering, but a huge, giddy wave of relief washed over me. We'd made it. I twisted around, wiping water from my eyes to check on the others. Their two canoes emerged one after the other, both guys looking just as wide-eyed and shaken as I felt. We all started laughing then. That shaky, breathless laughter that comes after a close call. We'd done it. We'd conquered the stupid bridge. We paddled over to the left bank to regroup and catch our breath. The adrenaline was still buzzing in my veins, making my fingers feel tingly. We were all talking over each other, replaying those few seconds under the bridge. Did you feel that current? I thought my head was gonna hit. It was the good kind of scared, the kind that makes you feel alive. That's when I noticed the people. There was a small crowd gathered on the bank about 50 yards downstream from the bridge. A couple of pickup trucks were parked haphazardly on the gravel, and I saw the flash of a deputy sheriff's uniform. My first thought was that someone's car had broken down, or maybe there was some kind of fishing regulation thing going on. It didn't feel like our business. We decided to push off and continue, the high from the bridge still carrying us. As we paddled closer to the group, a man in waders detached himself and walked toward the water's edge, waving an arm to get our attention. He looked grim. The easy feeling in my chest started to tighten. "Hey!" he called out, his voice cutting through the river's noise. "You folks all right?" "Yeah, we're good," I shouted back, steering my canoe closer to the bank. "Just got through the bridge." He nodded, but his face didn't relax. He was an older guy with a weathered face and a thick gray beard. He looked like he'd spent his whole life on this river. "You all need to be wearing your life jackets," he said, and his tone wasn't a suggestion. It was heavy with urgency. "Right now, put 'em on. We always had them in the canoes with us, but on a flat, calm stretch we sometimes took them off for better mobility. Under the bridge, they would have been useless anyway, just something else to get snagged, but the intensity in his voice got to us. Without a word, the three of us fumbled for our bright orange life vests and started buckling them on. The stiff foam felt bulky and restrictive now, a sudden shift from our earlier casualness. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice quieter. The laughter from moments ago was completely gone. The man looked from me to the other canoes and then back, his eyes holding mine. "There was an accident this morning. Earlier than you. A canoe tipped trying to go under the bridge." My blood went cold. The coffee-brown water, the deafening roar, the feeling of being completely at the mercy of the current. I could feel it all over again, but this time the memory was laced with a new, sharp terror. "The current's tricky right there," the man continued, his words slow and deliberate. "It grabs you, spins you. They got separated from their canoe." He paused, and the pause was the worst part. It was filled with the sound of the river that now sounded menacing, and the low murmur of the other people on the bank. One of them didn't make it to shore. The words hung in the air. Didn't make it to shore. It's such a clean, simple phrase for such a horrible, messy thing. It means they fought. It means they were in that cold, fast water, gasping, choking, their muscles burning until they couldn't fight anymore. It means they drowned. They're searching for him now, the man said, gesturing with his chin downstream. The body. Search and rescue is further down. You just passed right over the spot. My stomach dropped. A full physical sensation, like the bottom had fallen out of the world, passed right over the spot. The giddy relief I'd felt after the bridge curdled in my gut, turning into something sour and heavy. We'd been laughing, we'd been celebrating, and the whole time we were floating over a place where just a couple of hours before, a person's life had ended. A person who had probably woken up this morning just like me, thinking about the weather, about the challenge of the bridge, not knowing it would be their last day. I looked back at the water. It looked exactly the same churning brown, the same sun glinting off the surface, but it wasn't the same. It was a grave. I could feel the horror of it seeping into my bones. The chill from my wet clothes felt different now, deeper. It was the cold of the river, the same cold that had taken that person. One of the guys in the other canoe, Mark, I think his name was, he looked like he was about to be sick. He was just staring at the water, his face pale. We all were. The deputy came over then, his boots crunching on the gravel. He asked us when we'd put in, if we'd seen anyone else on the river. His questions were routine, professional, but they made the whole thing feel even more real, more official. This wasn't a story. This was a death investigation, and we were briefly part of its edges. We didn't stay long. There was nothing to say. We thanked the man and the deputy, and we pushed our canoes back out into the current. The mood was completely shattered. No one spoke. The only sound was the dip of our paddles and the relentless knowing rush of the water. Every stroke felt heavy. I was hyper-aware of the river now. Every swirl, every eddy felt ominous. My mind kept replaying our passage under the bridge, but now it was a horror show. What if the current had grabbed us just a little differently? What if we'd hit the bridge? What if one of us had fallen out? It would have been us. It could have been me. It was later, when we stopped for lunch on a rocky sandbar, that I got a barrage of texts and missed call notifications. My phone, stashed in a dry bag, had finally found a sliver of service. They were from my mum and dad, a bunch of them. The first few were just checking in. Then they got more frantic. We heard there was a drowning on the river where you are. Are you okay? Please call us as soon as you get this. My hands were trembling as I typed out a reply. I'm okay. We're all okay. It wasn't us. The relief in their immediate response was palpable, even through text. But their fear had mirrored my own, and it drove the point home even deeper. They had been sitting at home, going about their Saturday, when a news alert or a phone call had suddenly introduced the possibility that their son was dead. The randomness of it was what was so terrifying. It wasn't a monster or a murderer. It was a Tuesday morning. It was a canoe. It was a bridge. It was water, the same water I've swum in and fished in my whole life. It was just an accident, a stupid, mundane, tragic accident. The rest of the paddle that day was quiet. We finished the route, loaded the canoes onto the trailer, and drove back to the outfitter. We said our goodbyes, but they were hollow. We were all lost in our own heads. I drove home in a daze, the image of that dark water under the bridge playing on a loop behind my eyes. I got home, took a shower, and the hot water couldn't seem to cut the deep, pervasive cold I felt. I kept thinking about the family of the person who drowned. They were probably getting the worst news of their lives right about then. Their world was ending, while mine was just continuing. I sat on my couch in the dark for a long time, not watching the TV, just listening to the silence, which felt wrong after a day filled with the river's roar. I'm still shaken up, to be honest. It's been a few days now, but I keep waking up in the night, that feeling of being pressed against the bottom of the canoe, the thunder of the water in my ears. I look at rivers differently now. I see the power in them, the indifference. We think we're out there conquering nature, having an adventure, but the truth is, we're just visitors. The river doesn't care if you live or die, it just flows. And that day, for one person it flowed right over them, and for me, it flowed right under me. And the only thing that separated our two outcomes was a few inches of aluminum, a split-second decision, and a whole lot of dumb, blind luck. I can't explain it any other way. It was just luck. Story 19. I've been doing this paranormal investigation thing for a few years now. It started as a hobby, then kind of became this weird side gig. I've seen some stuff that made the hair on my arms stand up, heard things that made my stomach drop, but nothing, and I mean nothing, ever got to me like what happened that day. I'm still not right. I keep going over it in my head, trying to find a logical explanation, but there isn't one. It's just this cold, hard fact that sits in my gut. It was a Saturday, the middle of October, so the air was starting to get that crisp bite to it. The plan was a two-part investigation. First, this old house out near the edge of town, a place that had been empty for years. The second location was the old Grand Avenue Theatre, a place with a seriously bad reputation. We'd heard stories about that theatre for ages, but our group had never gotten permission to go in until now. The owner, a guy who just inherited the place and wanted to sell it, finally gave us the green light. He didn't care what we did, as long as we didn't break anything. The house during the day was quiet, deceptively quiet. It was one of those places that just feels tired, you know, like all the life had been drained out of it decades ago. We did our usual setup, cameras, EMF readers, digital recorders. We were there for a couple of hours and got almost nothing. A few creaks, a draft from a broken window, the kind of stuff you can easily explain away. We were starting to pack up, feeling a little disappointed, to be honest. That's when we did the bell thing. It's a technique some investigators use. You take a simple, handheld brass bell, the kind with a little clapper inside, and you place it on a surface. You make sure it's perfectly still, and you leave it. The idea is that if something wants to get your attention, it can ring the bell. It's a clear, unambiguous signal. Most of the time, nothing happens. I had this bell with me. It was my grandma's, actually. Just a little thing. I placed it right in the center of a dusty, stripped-bare mattress in what must have been the master bedroom. The room was empty except for this metal bed frame and the mattress. We made a show of it, making sure the cameras were rolling, announcing that we were leaving the bell and that we were stepping out of the room. We closed the door, which was a bit warped and didn't shut all the way, leaving a crack of an inch or so. We stood in the hallway for a minute, just listening. Total silence. The kind of deep silence you only get in an empty building. We were about to call it to go back in and retrieve the bell when we heard it. Ding. It wasn't loud. It was a single, clear, perfect chime. It wasn't a rattle or a shake. It was a ring, a deliberate, singular ding that echoed in that dead, silent house. My heart just stopped. I looked at my friend and his eyes were wide. We both heard it. There was no one in that room. The window was painted shut. There were no vents, no draft strong enough to move a bell that we had placed so carefully. We rushed back in. The bell was sitting exactly where I'd left it, in the dead center of the mattress. It wasn't moving. We checked the footage from the camera we'd left pointed at the door. It showed the door hadn't been opened. It was our first real hit of the day, and it left us feeling unsettled, but also a little exhilarated. That's the addicting part of this. You get a taste of something real, and you just want more. We packed up the rest of our gear from the house and headed to the theatre. It was already getting dark by the time we arrived. The Grand Avenue Theatre is this hulking old brick building downtown. It closed down in the 90s, and it just looks sad now. The marquee is broken, some of the letters missing, and the posters behind the glass cases are faded and torn. We met the owner, got the keys, and he left, just like that. "Lock up when you're done," he said, and drove off. It was just the three of us standing on the sidewalk, looking up at this dark, massive building. I remember a feeling of dread just washing over me then, a cold heaviness that started in my shoulders and slid down my spine. I shrugged it off. You have to, or you'd never go into any of these places. I told myself it was just the chill from the October air. We went in through a side door. The air inside was thick and stale, smelling of old dust, damp carpet and something else. Something sweet and rotten, like forgotten fruit. We turned on our flashlights, and the beams cut through a darkness so complete it felt solid. Our first stop was the main auditorium. Pushing through the heavy, velvet-lined doors was like stepping into another world. Our flashlight beams swept across a cavernous space. Rows and rows of red velvet seats, most of them torn and spilling their stuffing, sloped down towards the stage. The stage itself had a heavy, moth-eaten curtain drawn across it. The ceiling was so high up our lights couldn't even reach it. The silence in there was different from the house. It was a heavy, waiting silence. It felt like the building was holding its breath. We split up to set up our base camp in the lobby and place some static cameras. I was alone, walking along one of the side aisles, when I felt it, a sharp, sudden yank on my neck. I was wearing a necklace, a simple silver chain, with a small pendant my mom gave me for protection of all things. It wasn't loose. It never came off, but in that moment it felt like someone had grabbed the pendant from behind and pulled hard. The chain dug into the back of my neck, and for a second I actually choked. My hands flew up, expecting to find the chain broken or caught on something, but there was nothing behind me but empty seats and darkness. The chain was intact, the pendant still there, but the skin on the back of my neck was stinging, and when I touched it, my fingers came away feeling hot. I was completely alone. My friends were way on the other side of the auditorium, their flashlight beams tiny pinpricks in the distance. My heart was hammering in my chest. I called out, my voice sounding small and swallowed by the huge space. "Hello?" Nothing. Just that thick, heavy silence pressing back in. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe my jacket caught it, but I wasn't wearing a jacket with a collar. It made no sense. I hurried back to the lobby where my friends were, my hands shaking so bad I almost dropped my flashlight. I told them what happened. They were concerned, but also I could see that spark of excitement in their eyes. "That's a good sign," one of them said. I didn't feel like it was a good sign. I felt violated. That yank had been aggressive. We decided to do an EVP session in the auditorium. We sat in the front row, facing the stage, with our recorders on the floor between us. We use high-quality digital recorders, the kind that need 2 AA batteries. We always check them before a session. I remember specifically checking mine. The battery icon showed full. I turned it on. The little red light came on, and we started asking questions. "Is there anyone here with us?" Silence. "Did you pull on my necklace?" More silence. We went on like that for about 10 minutes, getting nothing but our own voices and the occasional creak from the old building. We were about to wrap it up when my recorder just died. The red light went out. I picked it up, pressed the power button. Nothing. I figured the batteries must have died, which was weird because I'd just put fresh ones in that morning. I popped the battery cover off. The compartment was empty. I stared at it. I actually shook the recorder, thinking the batteries must have fallen out. But no. The little plastic compartment was completely bare. No batteries. I'd held this recorder in my hand not 10 minutes earlier, seen the light on, seen the battery icon on the screen. My friends saw it too. We all saw it recording. There was no way it was running without batteries. It's a digital device. It doesn't work like that. A cold dread, colder than anything I'd felt outside, started to seep into me. This wasn't fun anymore. This wasn't a game. Something in this building was playing with us. and it had just shown us it could break the rules of reality in a way I couldn't explain away. We decided to take a break, to go back to the lobby and just process for a minute. I was sitting on the floor, my back against the wall, just trying to get my breathing under control. That's when I saw it. Across the lobby, near the entrance to one of the balcony stairwells, a shadow moved. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't the shadow of one of my friends. They were both sitting right next to me. This was a solid, man-shaped shadow, pitch black and denser than the darkness around it. It detached itself from the deeper shadows of the stairwell and stood there just at the edge of my flashlight beam. It had no features, no face, no details. It was just a black silhouette of a person, but it felt aware. It was looking right at me. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I just stared, my blood turning to ice in my veins. It felt like minutes, but it was probably only a few seconds. Then it took a step, not a walk, but a glide. It moved sideways, smooth and unnaturally fast, and just melted back into the darkness of the stairwell. It was gone. I finally found my voice, a choked whisper. Did you see that? My friends hadn't. They were looking at their own equipment. I described it, my words tumbling over each other. The look on their faces told me they believed me, and that scared me even more. That was the breaking point for me. I said we had to leave. Now. The excitement was gone from their eyes now, replaced by a shared fear. We started packing up our base camp as fast as we could, our movements frantic. That's when the nausea hit me. It came out of nowhere. 1 second I was fine. The next I was dizzy, and my stomach was churning. I felt weak, like all the energy had been sucked right out of me. I had to stop and lean against the wall, sure I was going to be sick. We finally got everything together and practically ran out of that building, fumbling with the keys to lock the door behind us. The cold night air felt like a slap in the face, but it didn't make me feel better. I still felt sick and incredibly tired, a deep, bone-aching fatigue. We drove back to my place in near silence. No one knew what to say. When I got home, the first thing I did was go to the bathroom to splash water on my face. I looked in the mirror, and that's when I saw them. 3 long, thin scratches running parallel down my left shoulder blade. They were red and angry looking, raised on my skin. They weren't deep enough to bleed, but they stung. I hadn't bumped into anything. I hadn't scratched myself. I'd been wearing a t-shirt and a flannel, both of which were still intact. There was no way I could have accidentally done that to myself in that specific spot. I stood there, staring at my reflection, at these marks that had just appeared on my body, and I finally broke down. I started shaking, and I couldn't stop. The fear wasn't just in my head anymore, it was written on my skin. I've turned it over and over in my mind. The bell, the yank on my necklace, the recorder that worked without batteries, the shadow figure, the sickness, the scratches. I've been on dozens of investigations since then, but I will never, ever set foot in that theater again. I don't care if they offer me $1 million. There's something in that place that isn't just a residual echo or a lost soul. It's something that knows you're there. It's something that interacts. And I have this horrible gut-deep feeling that it feeds on your fear, on your vulnerability. The more scared I got, the more it was able to do. The others in my group, they still talk about it like it was this amazing, successful investigation. They got their evidence. For me, it wasn't a success. It was a warning. I still have the necklace. I still have the recorder with the empty battery compartment, and sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep, I can still feel that sharp yank on my neck, and I see that black shape gliding back into the darkness, and I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed just a little bit longer. I don't do this for the thrill anymore. I do it to understand. But some things, I think, you're just not meant to understand. I just look at those faint scars on my shoulder sometimes, and I know. Story 20. For a few weeks before the big thing happened, I'd started feeling watched. It's hard to describe without sounding crazy. It wasn't a constant thing, it would come and go. I'd be washing dishes at the sink and get this sudden intense feeling that someone was standing right behind me. I'd spin around, heart hammering, and of course there'd be nothing there, just my empty apartment, or I'd be watching TV late at night, and I'd catch a movement in the reflection of the black screen, like someone had just walked past the doorway to the hall. But when I looked, the hall was always empty. I started leaving the bathroom light on at night, just so the apartment wasn't completely dark. I told myself it was just stress from work, or maybe I was reading too many creepy stories online. You try to rationalize it, you know? You try to find any other explanation besides the one that scares you the most. The night it happened was a Tuesday. I remember because I had a big meeting the next morning, and I'd gone to bed early, around 10, hoping to get a solid 8 hours. I fell asleep fine, but my sleep was all messed up. I kept having these jumbled, anxious dreams where I was lost in a house that kept changing, and I could hear someone whispering my name from another room. I remember waking up once, drenched in a cold sweat, and the clock on my nightstand said 2:47. The room was silent, but the air felt thick, heavy. I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep, telling myself it was just a dream. The next time I woke up, it wasn't gradual. It was violent. 1 second I was asleep, and the next I was awake, and I couldn't breathe. Something was shoving my face down into the pillow. I'm not talking about sleep paralysis, where you just can't move. I've had that before. This was different. This was a physical force, a firm, solid, invisible hand pressing the right side of my face deep into the down pillow. I could feel the individual feathers against my cheek. My nose was squashed and my mouth was covered. I couldn't get any air. Panic is too small a word for what I felt. It was pure animal terror. My body just exploded, my arms flailed, my legs kicked out, trying to find purchase against the sheets. I tried to scream, but it was just a muffled, gurgling sound into the fabric. My heart was beating so fast and so hard I thought it was going to tear right out of my chest. I could feel the pressure, this unwavering weight holding me down. It wasn't a person. I didn't hear breathing. I didn't feel a body. It was just this force, this intent. I don't know how long it lasted. It felt like an hour, but it was probably only 10 or 15 seconds. With a final desperate thrash, I managed to wrench my head to the side, just enough to gasp a half-breath of air, and as suddenly as it started, the pressure was gone. I scrambled out of that bed so fast I nearly fell. I stumbled backwards, my legs tangled in the duvet, and I hit the wall hard. My whole body was shaking, trembling so violently my teeth were chattering. I was gasping, sucking in huge, ragged breaths. The room was dark, lit only by the faint orange glow of the streetlights filtering through the blinds. I stared at my bed. The pillow was still indented where my face had been. The sheets were a mess from my struggling. I didn't think. I just moved. I slapped the wall for the light switch, fumbling until the overhead light blazed on. The sudden brightness made me flinch. My room was empty, just my dresser, my chair with my clothes piled on it, my bed, nothing else. I ran out of the room, my bare feet slapping against the cold hardwood floor. I turned on every single light I passed, the hall light, the kitchen light, the living room overhead, the lamp by the couch. I was breathing in these short, sharp pants, my head on a swivel, checking every corner, behind the couch, in the small closet by the door. Nothing. The apartment was empty. The door was still locked, the chain was still on. The windows were all latched. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. But the feeling was still there, this oppressive, sickening feeling of not being alone. It was clinging to the air, thick as smoke. I ended up in the middle of my living room, wrapped in a blanket I'd grabbed from the couch, just shaking. I couldn't go back into the bedroom. The thought of it made me feel sick. I sat on the floor, my back against the wall, with all the lights on, and I just waited for the sun to come up. My mind was racing, a frantic, terrified loop. What was that? What just happened? Did I imagine it? But I could still feel the phantom pressure on my face, the scratch of the pillowcase against my skin. I could still feel the absolute certainty that I was about to die. And that's when the memory hit me, not as a gentle recollection, but like a punch to the gut. Arizona, when I was 12. We lived in this single-story ranch house out in the suburbs of Phoenix. My room was at the end of the hall, and I had a loft bed, one of those ones you have to climb a ladder to get into. It was cool. I felt like I had my own little fortress. But then the shaking started. It would happen almost every night right after I'd turned off the light and was trying to fall asleep. The whole bed would start to shake. Not a gentle vibration, but a violent, side-to-side rocking. It felt like someone was down below, grabbing the bedposts and shaking it as hard as they could. The first few times, I screamed for my parents. My dad would come in, gruff and tired, and check the bed. He'd push on it, test the bolts. "It's sturdy," he'd say. "You're just having a bad dream. Go back to sleep." But it kept happening. I started being afraid to go to bed. I'd lie there in the dark, my heart pounding, waiting for it to start. And it always did. I'd grip the sides of the mattress, my knuckles white, and just ride it out until it stopped as suddenly as it began. The silence afterwards was almost worse. Then there was the alarm clock. It was a cheap digital thing with big red numbers. I'd set it for 7 in the morning for school, but it started going off at random times in the middle of the night. 2:14, 3:03, 4:41. I'd jolt awake to that horrible, blaring beep, beep, beep. I'd fumble to shut it off, and the room would be silent again. I thought it was broken. I got a new one. The new one did the exact same thing. My parents didn't believe me. They thought I was seeking attention or having night terrors. My mom took me to the doctor. The doctor said it was probably stress from school. I felt so alone. I started sleeping with the hall light on too. Some nights I was so scared I'd just curl up in the corner of my room on the floor, wrapped in a blanket, and try to sleep there, thinking whatever it was couldn't get me if I wasn't in the bed. Sitting there on my living room floor in Seattle, 20 years later, I felt like that 12-year-old kid again. The same cold fear. The same feeling of being powerless against something you can't see or understand. It wasn't until I was in my late 20s during a visit home for Christmas that my dad and I were having a drink after everyone else had gone to bed. We were talking about the old house, about random memories, and I brought up the bed shaking, half joking. I expected him to brush it off again, but he got quiet. He swirled the whiskey in his glass for a long time, not looking at me. Then he said, "I never told your mother this. I didn't want to scare her, and I didn't want you to be more frightened than you already were." He took a slow sip. "One night I got up to get a glass of water. It was late, must have been after 2. As I was walking back from the kitchen, I saw something standing outside your bedroom door. He said it was tall, way taller than a person, and it was just a shadow. But not a shadow cast by anything. It was a solid shape. A figure made of darkness, standing perfectly still in the hallway, facing your closed door." He said he froze. He couldn't move. He said the air went cold. Then after a few seconds that felt like an hour, it just wasn't there anymore. It didn't fade or walk away. It vanished. He never saw it again, and he never spoke of it until that night. Hearing him say that all those years later was chilling. It was a validation, but a horrible one. It meant I wasn't crazy. It meant something had really been there. And sitting in my brightly lit Seattle apartment, with the memory of that invisible hand smothering me just an hour before, all these pieces clicked together: the shaking bed, the random alarms, the shadowy figure. And now this. It felt the same kind of presence, the same malicious intent. I spent the rest of that night on the couch, not sleeping, just staring at the walls. Every tiny noise, the creak of the building settling, the hum of the refrigerator, made me jump. I kept looking at the dark hallway that led to my bedroom, half expecting to see that tall, shadowy figure standing there again. Having followed me all the way from Arizona, I kept thinking about what my dad had said. He'd described it as a shadow, but not a shadow. A figure made of darkness. That's exactly what the pressure had felt like. Not a hand of flesh and bone, but a hand made of something else, something dark and purposeful. When the sun finally started to come up, washing the living room in a pale grey light, I felt a small measure of relief. The fear was still there, a cold stone in my stomach, but the utter terror of the night had receded a little. I got up, my body stiff and aching, and made a pot of coffee with hands that were still not quite steady. I called in sick to work. There was no way I could function. I spent the day trying to clean, trying to busy myself, but my eyes kept drifting back to the bedroom. I had to go in there eventually. I needed my wallet, my phone charger. I waited until the afternoon, when the sun was high and the room was flooded with light. I stood in the doorway for a long time, just looking. The bed was still a mess. The indentation on the pillow was still visible. I took a step inside. The air felt different in there, colder, heavier. It was silly, but it felt true. I grabbed my things as fast as I could and got out. I didn't go back in for the rest of the day. I started looking for a new apartment online that afternoon. I broke my lease a month later and moved to a different part of the city, into a building that was newer, with more people, more light. I've never felt that specific, violent presence again, but I still sleep with the light on. I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night for no reason, my heart pounding, and I'll lie there perfectly still, listening, waiting. I'll think about that apartment, and I'll think about my old room in Arizona. I wonder if places can hold on to things, not just memories, but energies, impressions. I wonder if the walls in that Arizona house remembered me, remembered the fear of a 12-year-old boy, and if somehow, in some way I can't begin to understand, it left a mark on me, a kind of stain that something else, somewhere else, could recognize and find. That's the part that unsettles me the most. Not the event itself, horrible as it was, but the idea that it wasn't a one-time thing, that it was part of a thread, a connection spanning decades and thousands of miles, and I'm left with this chilling, unshakable question that I know I'll never have an answer for. Was it the places, or was it always following me? Story 21. Okay, I'll try to capture that feeling. It still messes with my head, even now, years later. I don't talk about it much because people get that look. You know, the one that says you're either crazy or making it up for attention. But my sister was there. She saw it too. That's the only thing that's kept me from completely questioning my own sanity all these years. It was a Tuesday. I remember that because Tuesdays were always kind of blah. Nothing ever happened on a Tuesday. My mom was working the late shift at the hospital, so it was just me and my sister Sarah in the house. Our old house, the one on Elm Street, the one with the big willow tree in the front yard that always scraped against the window of the upstairs hallway when it was windy. It was around 8 o'clock at night, maybe a little after. It was fully dark outside, that inky blackness you get in the fall, the kind of dark that feels heavy. We were in the living room. I was sprawled out on the floor on my stomach, my math homework spread out in front of me, but I wasn't really doing it. The textbook was open to a chapter on fractions, but I was just doodling in the margins. The carpet was this gross beige short nap stuff that always felt a little gritty, no matter how much my mom vacuumed. I could feel the individual fibers pressing into my elbows. Sarah was on the couch, the big lumpy one covered in that rough floral print fabric that was popular in the 90s. It was a hideous thing, but it was comfortable. She was messing with her phone, this old flip phone we had to share back then. The TV was on, but it wasn't on any channel, just that fuzzy grey static and the low rushing hiss of white noise. We'd been too lazy to find the remote to turn it off after we'd finished watching some dumb teen drama. The light from the screen was flickering a little, casting these weak, shifting grey shadows around the room. We weren't really talking about anything important. I think I was complaining about Mr. Davison, my math teacher, and how he always gave too much homework. Sarah was half listening, making those non-committal uh-huh sounds you make when you're only partially paying attention. The house was quiet otherwise, just the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and that constant soft hiss from the TV. I remember the temperature in the room dropped. It wasn't a dramatic movie-style chill, but a subtle one. One minute I was fine in my t-shirt, the next I had goosebumps on my arms. I remember thinking maybe my mum had turned the heat down before she left, trying to save on the bill. I rubbed my arms and glanced over at Sarah. She had stopped fiddling with her phone and was just sitting there, looking toward the hallway that led to the dining room and the kitchen. "Is it just me, or did it get cold in here?" I asked. She didn't look at me, she just nodded slowly, her eyes still fixed on the hallway entrance. "Yeah, weird." That was the first thing, just a chill. You could explain that away. A draft from a window, the furnace cycling off, normal house stuff. I went back to my doodling, trying to ignore the prickling on my skin. I was drawing a stupid cartoon dog when I saw something shift in my peripheral vision. From the hallway, I didn't look up right away. Your brain does that sometimes. It tries to rationalize. I thought it was just the shadow from the TV static dancing differently. But then Sarah sat up straight, really straight. Her back went rigid. I heard the couch springs creak. I looked up from my homework, and that's when we saw it. It came out of the hallway and walked across the open space between the living room and the front door. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was a figure, a person-shaped thing made of what looked like thick, grayish-white fog. Like someone had taken smoke and packed it together into the shape of a man. The upper part of its body, from the chest up, was clearer. I could make out the suggestion of shoulders, a head. There was no face, no features, just a smoother, denser area where a face should be. But the lower half was different. It was wispy, unstable, like it was dissolving into the air around it. It didn't have proper legs, not that I could see. It was more like a column of mist that tapered away into nothing just above where its knees would have been. It didn't walk so much as it glided, a smooth, silent motion that was completely wrong. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustle of clothing, no shift in the air, nothing. It moved with a purpose, from the hallway directly across the room, passing right in front of the blank, hissing television. The static light seemed to pass right through it. My entire body locked up. My brain just stopped. It wasn't processing. It was just receiving this impossible image and screaming an error message. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My lungs felt like they were made of concrete. I was just frozen on the floor, my pencil still clutched in my hand, my eyes wide open and staring. I managed to drag my gaze away from it for a split second to look at Sarah. Her face was a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. Her mouth was hanging open. Her eyes were bulging. She was staring at the same thing I was. We were both seeing it. This wasn't a hallucination. This was shared. That fact, in that moment, was almost more terrifying than the thing itself. Because if we were both seeing it, that meant it was real. My eyes snapped back to the figure. It was still moving, gliding past the front door, heading towards the far wall where the bookshelf was. And then, just as it reached the corner of the room, it simply faded. It didn't vanish in a puff of smoke. It didn't walk through the wall. It just became less and less substantial, the grey fog thinning out, becoming transparent. And then there was nothing there at all. The space where it had been was just empty air. The whole thing lasted maybe 4-5 seconds. Tops. The silence after it was gone was louder than any sound. The hiss from the TV seemed to swell, filling the entire house. I was still frozen. So was Sarah. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It felt like an hour. It was probably only 10 seconds. Then, slowly, as if my joints were rusted shut, I pushed myself up from the floor into a sitting position. My heart was hammering in my chest so hard I could feel it in my throat. My hands were trembling violently. I looked at Sarah. She looked back at me. There was no need to say, "Did you see that?" It was written all over her face, in the sheer pale whiteness of her skin, in the way her hands were gripping the couch cushions. What was that?" she whispered. Her voice was thin and shaky, barely audible over the TV static. I just shook my head. I couldn't form words. My throat was too tight. I felt cold, a deep internal cold that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. I felt sick to my stomach. We both stared at the spot where it had disappeared, the empty corner by the bookshelf. Nothing was there. The old globe was on the shelf, a stack of my mom's romance novels, a dusty ceramic cat. Everything was normal, but it wasn't. The air in that spot felt different, thicker. "It was a person," Sarah said, her voice a little stronger now, but still trembling. "Wasn't it? It was shaped like a person." I managed to nod. My neck muscles felt stiff. The top part was clear. The bottom was all fuzzy. "Yeah," she breathed out, a shaky exhale. "Yeah, it was." We both fell silent again, just listening. The house was still making its normal noises, but now every creak, every groan of the floorboards upstairs, every hum from an appliance felt sinister. It felt like the house was watching us, like that thing was still there, just invisible. I finally forced myself to stand up. My legs felt like jelly. I walked over to the TV and fumbled for the power button on the set itself, killing the static. The sudden silence was even worse. Now there was nothing to cover the sound of my own ragged breathing. "We should check," I said, not really wanting to. Sarah shook her head vigorously. "No way." But we had to. We couldn't just sit there. The need to prove it was gone, to reclaim the space, was overwhelming. I took a step toward the hallway. The floorboard under my foot creaked, and we both jumped. I peered down the hallway. It was dark. The only light was spilling in from the living room. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever. The door to my mum's room at the end, just a dark rectangle. I could see the door to the bathroom was half open, the darkness inside seeming absolute. "Is there anything there?" Sarah whispered from the couch. She hadn't moved. "I don't know," I whispered back. My own voice sounded alien to me. I forced myself to take a few more steps into the hallway. I reached out a shaking hand and flicked the light switch. The cheap fluorescent bulb in the ceiling fixture flickered to life, casting a harsh, sickly yellow light. The hallway was empty. Just the worn runner rug, the family photos on the wall, the closed door to the linen closet. I walked its length, my heart still pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I pushed open my mum's bedroom door. The room was dark and still, the bed neatly made, nothing. I checked the bathroom, empty. I even opened the linen closet, half expecting that thing to be crammed in there with the towels. It was just towels and sheets. I went back to the living room. "Nothing," I reported, my voice flat. Sarah had gotten up and was now standing in the middle of the room, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. She was looking at the front door, then back at the spot where it had vanished. "It came from the hall," she said, "and it went over there." She pointed to the corner. We both looked at that corner. It was just a corner, but it felt charged, like the air after a lightning strike. We ended up spending the rest of the night in my room, with the lights on and the door locked. We didn't talk about it much. What was there to say? We both knew what we saw. We dragged my mattress onto the floor and slept there, back to back, neither of us sleeping more than a few fitful minutes at a time. Every noise was a threat, every shadow was that thing coming back. The next day, in the bright, unforgiving light of the morning, it felt a little silly. We were tired, our eyes red-rimmed from lack of sleep. We tried to talk about it over cereal. Maybe it was a reflection from a car's headlights, Sarah suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. "From the hallway?" I asked. There are no windows in the hallway. We fell silent again. There was no explanation, no car headlights, no trick of the TV light, no shared hallucination. We had both seen the same specific, impossible details. The clear upper body, the foggy, dissolving lower half, the silent, gliding walk. We never saw it again. We lived in that house for another 2 years before my mum got a new job, and we moved. In all that time, nothing like that ever happened again. No cold spots, no weird noises, no more foggy figures. It was a completely normal house after that one. Terrifying Tuesday night. But we never forgot. To this day, if I bring it up with Sarah, her face goes serious. She'll get that same distant, haunted look in her eyes. We don't try to explain it anymore. We don't call it a ghost or an apparition. We just call it that thing we saw. And the part that sticks with me, the part that still gives me chills, isn't just the way it looked, it was the way it moved. It moved with such intention. It wasn't lost or confused. It wasn't flickering or repeating some meaningless loop. It was going somewhere. It had a destination. It walked across our living room like it had every right to be there, like it was just passing through on its way to someplace else. And the fact that its lower half was so insubstantial, like it was only partially in our world, or like it was forgetting how to be solid from the feet up. That detail is burned into my brain. I don't know what it was. I don't think I ever will. I just know that for 5 seconds, one ordinary Tuesday night, something that wasn't supposed to be real walked through my house, and my sister and I were the only ones there to see it. And sometimes, when I'm in a quiet, dark room, and I feel a sudden chill, I remember that smooth, silent glide, and I can't help but look over my shoulder, expecting to see that foggy figure with its clear top and its dissolving bottom just passing through once more.